All right. Oh, look here. All right. Got the Prince, got Elijah. That means I'm good to go, man. I'm good to go. Peace, love, and light to you, brethren. Thank you for joining me. All right. All right. Here I am once again. And I want to thank you, brethren, for joining me for my videos that I love to do. I love to do that I might as well do. I don't have anything else to do. I ain't really interested in anything else. That's why I believe that it's an amazing thing when the creator don't give you anything to preoccupy your mind with, and he gives you the best thing to do in the world, which is to search for him, redeem the time, and to enjoy the blessings of the things that he promises. Asenath, sister, how you doing? Good to see you. I hope I blessed y'all today about what I'm gonna read. Had a good time yesterday talking with the brother. He asked some pretty good questions, and I think that we could have all learned from where he was his objections and to spirituality. He talked about, I'm talking about Gnostic Warrior. He said he had some objections to why things are the way they are, so far as the evil and violence, and it was pretty good. And right after that video, it's like the creator told me, I want you to read the book of TAE. Read the book of TAE. Thank you, brother Prince. Glad you're here, brother. And so after I was talking with the brother yesterday, I don't like to use that phrase, the spirit told me, because everybody uses that. And I don't like to cheapen it by saying the spirit told me this and the spirit told me that. I really don't like that, but it's like that's the best way you could put it. But it was given to me after I talked to the brother on video yesterday. We had a back and forth, and I was inspired to read the book of TAE. Read the book of TAE, man, because TAE is us. We are TAE. TAE is a collective of the faithless. It's really, you could even say, you could even apply it to the mind of brethren who are spiritual, and, because it's basically a collective of mankind, is how it describes itself. It says that we are TAE, meaning we are the creator. He uses TAE is like symbolic of us and the things that we want to ask, the things that we want to know, as so far as why things are the way they are. And, so after talking with the brother yesterday, I was minded to read the book of TAE. And then hopefully, if the brother comes back in, and really it's for all of us, but hopefully he'll come in and he might find a good answer for the deep questions that he had. But primarily the brother was vexed over the man's inhumanity to man. He was vexed over the way people can just die for nothing, the way people just, false God can just really, and that's another thing I learned today. I was listening to those videos. Yeah, the 9 entities, brother, the sons and daughters, Hawk, Cosman. What are the other 7? I think TAE, he's one of them. Let me see, you brother, you know him. The sons and daughters, the 9 entities, and that in itself is beautiful, man. I mean, the creator is saying that our reality, they have names to them, and they're like ways in which we learn about, they help us to gain wisdom and to know the Creator. And the Creator, he describes them as his sons and daughters. There are different influences that we're under. And so today I was listening to something, and it's amazing. It's truly amazing, man, the way the highest minds in the world. I was looking at those videos today, and it was talking about these scholars, and they're scholars. Yeah, Uz is one, yeah. And they're scholars, and they don't know the difference between the Creator and false gods. They were struggling with the word Yahweh, and they were saying the conclusion that they have come to. Now, this is incredible, brethren. They were talking about they place Elion. That's the study they were doing, and they say Elion is the highest of the Elohim, and that's not correct, man. It can only be that they're saying and thinking things like this is because they haven't been exposed. They don't know the difference, the simple difference, man, between a creator and gods. They just don't know. And they keep lumping the creator in with gods and I want to say lords and angels, but I think they know better than to do that. I think they slightly see a difference between gods and lords and angels. It's like they're almost there. They're almost there. They're just on the tip, man, of simply using that word creator for El Elyon. El Elyon. They are that close, man. And I think that as soon as one of them scholars run into, and if they run into the OAHSPE and I don't know how they can miss it. I mean, I just refuse to believe they know nothing about the OAHSPE. You look at their videos and the whole wall is lined with books, man. And then you see how the creator, it just because you go to school and you go to college and you get a bunch of degrees. Mahoya, sister, I didn't see you, but I see you now. And I want to thank you for coming in. But you look at their videos and they got all them books. They got full bookshelves. I mean, you should see all those books they got. And they making that one simple little mistake that will crack their world wide open, man. If they will just learn the difference between the creator, and then the whole puzzle will fall into place. But as of yet, now I don't know these videos. I mean, OAHSPE's been out since the 1800s, and their videos are maybe a couple of years old, and I can see, I guess, that they're a few years old. Although, if they are dedicated to learning about the Creator, I don't see how they could miss learning about the OAHSPE and just learning that simple truth, because they still struggle. They still kind of join the Creator with the Elohim, and they just don't see it. They just barely missing it. You look at their videos and you be rooting for them, saying, "Come on, man, you're almost there." And people will listen. Well, I was going to say people will listen to them because they educated. They can walk around and say, "We got a PhD." I mean, they ain't gonna listen to me. They're not gonna listen to you. I'm talking about people. You know, I don't know. I shouldn't be so critical, but that's really the way it is. And I think the Creator, he wanted that way. He wanted a remnant so that he gets the glory. He wants a remnant. He just wants a remnant. so that he can say, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's like he wants it seems like even you look in the scriptures and he uses a few to show his glory. But anyway, we were talking the other day, and the brother, that Gnostic warrior, that was a pretty good conversation. I really enjoyed it. I looked back at the video. I didn't like the way I answered him. It seems like I don't really, until I go back and look at the video, I don't answer the way I wish I would have. Now, one of the sticking points me and the brother had is I was trying to tell him that, with these books that they may seem to have a lot of knowledge, you know, but you can still miss the creator. And he was vexed over he mentioned different sources that he felt were anointed. And I'm sure they have some knowledge about him. But a lot of people, once they come into some knowledge, then it's like you shut your brain off. You think that, well, I can't get no higher. This is it. I'm going to follow this man here. He's the one that he seemed like he was speaking truth to me. And so I ain't going to let nothing, I'm not going to, I'm going to subscribe to how he sees things, and I'm going to shut my mind off. And the brother was telling us about different sources and different spiritualities. So far as he talked about this one form of religion, and it showed him some knowledge, and it was I forget the name of it, but the problem was that it led him to criticize the creator because he felt like, well, if the creator can do something about what's going on, then how come he don't do it? So, and he's like a lot of people, really. It's a lot of people like that. And the creator, he seems to suffer for the things that the false gods do. We looked at Elohim yesterday. We looked at Elohim as opposed to Elyon. And we learned a powerful lesson that when you read the Bible, if you don't look at that word, because there's many gods, man, I mean, they use the word Jehovah, they use Elohim, they use Yahweh, and it throws you off because you look at all these different characters, and then very slightly tucked away in there is the creator working through the prophets, giving you a taste of his character. A lot of times you can tell when it's talking about the creator because it talks about his character. His character. I mean, you read about the false gods, and when they talk about getting angry and, they talking about, I'm going to get you, and, and you did this wrong, and, you ain't talking about the creator, man. That's one of the easiest things to tell the difference when you read the Bible, how the false gods have come up with the Bible, and the creator, he can work through that to tell you the truth and to show you himself, because they're created beings just like everything else uh, in reality. And so creator, he can use corrupt beings and he could put the spirit of truth on them to get them to speak the truth, and they might not even know it. We talked a little bit about Jesus Christ, talked about the representations, the different pictures that he shows you. He shows you worship of Baal God. That was a wicked God. He shows you wisdom. He shows you power. He shows you deception. And sometimes he shows you the creator. The only thing, the way we get out of the maze, the way we get out of the puzzle, we're no matter what we're reading, you start looking at the character and how it's describing the creator, his character ain't going to change, man. That's the one key that unlocks anything. Now, we live in a reality where there's people, they got a lot of knowledge. That's what I've seen. And then they show you a little bit of knowledge, and then they got you. You just believe everything. And I'm telling you, like, I'm gonna say it again, man. I'm gonna say it again. I've seen I used to fellowship with a brother, and there was a lot of brethren like this. They got a lot of knowledge, and it gives them power. They can speak on something, then they start embellishing it, but it's too late for you because you've already subscribed to everything that they say. And so they give you a little bit of, hit you hard with a little bit of truth and the spirit of truth. And that is enough. That's when people let their guard down and you stop thinking. I know it's true because I'm speaking from experience. Growing up, people teach you about Christianity, and right away, the Bible, that's the book. Can't nobody say nothing. Can't nobody say anything against it. They locked in. Their minds, the minds are something else, man. It's like, it's just like that commercial, the mind is a terrible thing to waste. It's like once you get it, once the powers that be, the Elohim, and that's what that word means, the Elohim, the powers, once they get a hold of that, it is hard to unlock it. So now you can see the glory of the OAHSPE because Creator, it's like he simply sit down and tell you there's a difference between a Creator and a God. And then he shows you so clearly. But for a lot of people, it's too late because people, they get real sold out. It's tradition is a hard thing to let go of. And so you brethren should count yourself fortunate because you're able to, just like, what does the Bible say? You've kept these things. Let's look at it. I'm trying to scroll the screen so you can look at acknowledge the angels for whatever you count today as the day of. Know also that the angel of air is within the grass, for all that is living in green is the home of the angel of air. Put your face close to the grass. Breathe deeply. And let the angel of air enter deep within your body, for she abides in the grass, as the oak abides in the acorn, and as the fish abides in the sea. The angels, the different angels, the angels of the earth, angel of life, angel of the sun, and these are entities also that just help us to live. But let's look at that verse. Let's look at that verse where it says, "For thou hast revealed these things to the," King James Version, Matthew 25. Matthew 25. Now let me see. Matthew chapter 11, verse 25. Let's look. I mean, even the scriptures talk about how things can be revealed, but not be revealed to the wise. Matthew 25. Let me share the screens. Matthew 25. Or is it Matthew? I think it's Matthew 11. So let's check it out. Matthew 11:25. And so, this Creator, he's showing you that he can withhold things from the wise and he can give it to babes. Matthew 11:25. At that time, Jesus answered and said, I thank thee, O Father, Lord of heaven and earth, because thou hast hid these things from the wise and prudent and hast revealed them unto babes. Has revealed, and that's why you may be astonished that you look at those theologians and they have degrees. And I think here, Jesus Christ is being shown as wisdom, telling us that it ain't too hard to stop the Creator from revealing some easy, simple things and then withhold it from the wise. Now let's look at what this word to see that he uses for the Father. Now here's the word pater. Pater. Hey, Jamia, sister. Good to see you. Good to see you, Jamia. Hope you're doing well. Okay, so here it uses the word father, it uses the word pater. And I have to think that you'd have to probably say this talking about the creator in this case. And then for Lord, it uses kurios. I haven't studied these words. I mean, I'm going off of the context of what we're reading. Kurios and pater. Now, I think kurios, that might be, see, that's another thing that's kind of confusing too. I'm gonna look at different verses out of the Bible and show you how they really try to mix you up. Like within the same verse, they'll use different words. They'll use one for the creator and then use another one for the Elohim, meaning the many powers. Here the word uses kurios. He says, Blessed art thou, O Father. He says, I thank thee, O Father, Lord of heaven and earth, because thou hast hid these things from the wise and prudent and hast revealed them unto babes. And then he says, O Father here. So this one threw me a little curveball. I brought it out because that's what I see going on, where people who should know about the difference between creator and God, they don't know. And it just knocks me out, man. Truly it does. Hey, Dave. All right, brother. Good to see you, brother. Oh, let me put the link in the room because I want y'all to correct me when I'm going off, man. I'm just trying to share and, you know, I think it's just absolutely fascinating that now we can read. See, I'm going to show you another example of how looking at the scripture and how the creator, he exposes the Bible. He exposes the deception in it. See, now we can read it with good understanding. And it all has to do with the creator all throughout the scripture. He just show you his character. And so when he does that, we get protected from false gods, false gospels. See, like let's randomly pick a chapter real quick. Let me see. Let's randomly pick a chapter and read it and see what we can see. Let's look at Nahum. Nahum. Nobody knows about Nahum, so let's read that and let's see if we can. Let's look at Nahum. Okay, it says Nahum. It says the Lord. Okay, so right off the bat, let's see who the Lord is. Let's read it first. It says the Lord is slow to anger and great in power, and will not at all acquit the wicked. The Lord hath this way in the whirlwind. Now, I like the fact that it points out the whirlwind. So it sounds like we got something here. He could be referring to the creator. We're going to look at what word he's going to use for the Lord. It says the Lord is slow to anger and great in power, and will not at all acquit the wicked. The Lord hath this way in the whirlwind and in the storm, and the clouds are the dust of his feet. All right, so let's look at the translation. Let's see what we can learn. Okay, now here, see, it says Jehovah. 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 Definition, Jehovah. The existing one. So I'd say he's talking about the creator. Talking about the creator here. Jehovah, Jehovah. I forget what the difference is between Jehovah and Jehovah. I know Asenath, she knows. I forget what it is. Jehovah means one thing, and Jehovah means another. It says the proper name of the one true God. Okay, so now we're going to look at what else, how he's talking about Jehovah in this chapter here. Now, talking about Jehovah, which I'm saying right now, that's another word for the creator. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's how I'm gonna look at what we got written here. Let's read it a little more. It says, "He rebuketh the sea and maketh it dry, and drieth up all the rivers. Bashan languishes, and Carmel and the flower of Lebanon languishes." Okay, and then it says, verse 5, "The mountains quake at him, and the hills melt." Okay, talking about his power. Okay, and the earth is burned at his presence. Yea, the world now. Okay, so right now it looks like he's talking about the Creator, the the uh, looking at the Creator. Hey, man, the Don, peace be unto you, man. I hope you come in peace. Hope you can receive this word. Basically, I'm going to read something during the reading, E-Man, that I think you're going to really appreciate. I mean, wouldn't it be like the Creator to um, combine the thoughts of mankind and put it in a book, in a chapter, in a book? That's what I'm going to be reading from today. The name of the book is called the Book of TAE, TAE, and it's really about a collective of people who have questions to the Creator. So it's pretty comprehensive. Okay, yeah, thanks, Snap. Yeah. Jehovah is judgment. Jehovah is righteousness. Okay, so we can dig Jehovah. When we see Jehovah, we on safe ground if we say, okay, that's Creator talk. That's Creator talk. Now let's read some more. Let's see what we can find. It says, okay, the mountains quake in him, the hills melt, the earth is burned at his presence. Yea, the world and all that dwell therein. Okay, verse 6. It says, who can stand before his indignation? Who can abide in the fierceness of his anger? His fury is poured out like fire, and the rocks are thrown down by him. Now, we don't normally read that characterization about the Creator. You know, Jamia says, Lord is not the Creator. Yeah, I'm with you, but see, sometimes you read where it's hard to explain, where, let me see if I can think of an example where he'll say, like, the Lord, and then he'll be talking about the Creator. I can't really think of any. Something's going to come in my mind. Watch. I'm going to bring it out. Let's keep reading for a second. And so now we're looking at, we just picked out a random chapter in the Bible and we use in our understanding to see when the Creator is talking and when the Elohim is talking. And Asnat says sometimes the Lord is his spokesperson. Okay, that explains it to me, because the two do get confounded in the scripture. You have to look at the context, I guess, and see what the context is. Now, for those scriptures that are borderline, you want to hear when the Creator is talking and when the Elohim, the false gods, the rulers of this creation. There's a difference. So, verse 6, it says, who can stand before his indignation? Okay, so it's pointing to the power of the Creator. I mean, because certainly you can say this about him, but the wording is not, it's kind of unusual when you compare it with the OAHSPE. And then verse 7, it says, the Lord is good, a stronghold in the day of trouble. Okay, Asnat says, because he is a spokesman in the Nag Hammadi. Oh, I think you're referring to something else. Okay, so if somebody can deal with E-Man the Don, and I can't keep stopping, and I'll lose my train of thought. So, hey, E-Man, remember, click on that link if you want to come on. I'll stop whatever I'm doing and have a dialogue with you, and we can talk. You'll probably end up blessing the whole room with your questions, and so it looks like you're going to spam us again. So I can't hang with that. So I'm gonna have to go ahead and keep with the video then. So it says, verse 7, the Lord is good, a stronghold in the day of trouble. He knoweth them that trust him. Okay. See, let me go back. The Spirit is saying, deal with him. deal with him. Okay, so now you posted something. You say every knee shall bow and every tongue shall confess that Jesus is Lord for the glory of God. Now, that's the problem right there. That's the problem right there. And it goes along with that verse that we always share in this channel, where it talks about there was a time where the Creator, he did allow deity idolatry worship at one time. See, what I should do is show you what the Creator has to say about worshiping false gods. I'm trying to think. There's a lot, man, where, you know, he talks about worshiping deities. That's one reason why I'm looking at trying to look at different verses in the Bible so that we could learn to tell the difference when the Creator is talking and when the Elohim, the false gods, because they are battling. That's why the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost is problematic. Deuteronomy 6:4 says, "Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one." And so, why would I take the worship? Why am I worshiping three entities? In Deuteronomy again, chapter 6, it says, "Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one." So that's a character, that's a principle that we could take with us when someone is trying to speak to us about the Creator, Jehovah, the All Highest. It's a when you're looking at the when you're looking even the different religions in the world, the reason why you got these conflicts and conflagrations going on, these are false gods fighting one another over their territory, basically. That's the Elohim. I don't know if I'm gonna reach you, bro. So I'm gonna have to just leave you to the. I think I'd just be better off just leaving you to the leaving you to the will of the Lord, the will of the Creator, so I can keep going here. So here we got verse 7 in the book of Nahum. It says, "The Lord is good, a stronghold in the day of trouble, and He knoweth them that trust in Him." So now let's look at that real quick and see what the word they use is. He says, "The Lord." He says, "Jehovah." Okay, so we could see the that Nahum, he seems to be referring to the Creator. He's using the name righteousness. Righteousness. It says, "But with an overrunning flood, he will make an utter end of the place thereof, and darkness shall pursue his enemies." Okay. I can see how that's true of the Creator, of the Creator. I mean, it's automatic. There's light and there's darkness. Verse 9, it says, "Why? What do you imagine against the Lord?" So I think Nahum is going to be using Jehovah in this chapter right here. I think he's going to stay with Jehovah. So speaking of the Creator, he's speaking of the attributes of the Creator. This whole chapter. "What do you imagine against the Lord? He will make an utter end. Affliction shall not rise up the second time. For while they be folded together as thorns, and while they are drunken as drunkards, they shall be devoured and stubble fully dry. There is one that cometh out of thee that imagineth evil against the Lord, a wicked counselor." Now let's see if we can learn something here about there is one. There is one. His name is Yasa. Who is Yasa? Who is this one that's going to come against the Creator? he's going to, let's see, I don't think we're going to get much help as to Yasa. It means a primitive root to go causatively, to bring out in a great variety of applications, literally and figuratively. Alter, appear, or after, appear, assuredly bear out. Okay, so I don't think we're going to get much help at looking at this word right here. Who is this one that comes against the Creator? We'll say the Creator. Verse 10, while they be folded together as thorns, while they are drunken as drunkards, they shall be devoured as stubble fully dry. There is one come out of thee that imagineth evil against the Lord, a wicked counselor. I don't know who he's referring to there. It's hard to. I can't really. It has to be a false god. We know that. Verse 12, it says, "Thus saith the Lord." Now that's Jehovah, who is righteousness. It says, "Thus saith the Lord, though they be quiet, and likewise many yet thou shalt be cut down." Now here, I guess the background we got to learn when looking at Nahum is the got to look at the time period, were they in captivity, and if they were, who. I think that'll help us. It says, verse 13, "For now I will break his yoke from off thee and will burst thy bonds asunder." So I could speculate, but rather not. Verse 14, "And the Lord hath given a command." Now the Lord again, so that's Jehovah. "And the Lord hath given a commandment concerning thee, that no more thy name be sown. Out of the house of thy gods will I cut off the graven image and the molten image, and I will make thy grave, for thou art vile." So if we look at the what the OAHSPE has to say, and it mentions here the house of thy gods. That's Elohim, remember? That's the beast. That's Christianity. That's Mohammedanism. That's Buddhism. It's Hinduism. Modern day religion. It wasn't always that way. They started out right, but they got corrupted. Christianity. Remember Zarathustra? The Christian narrative is based off of the story of Zarathustra. Mohammedanism, it started out upright. Hinduism, wasn't that Poe? And Capelia was India. They were like the progenitors. But eventually they ended up coming under the corruption of the Elohim. So verse 14, it says, "And the Lord," that's Jehovah, meaning righteousness, "and the Lord hath given a commandment concerning thee, that no more thy name shall be sown, and out of the house of thy gods, the Elohim, I will cut off the graven image and the molten image, and I will make thy grave, for thou art vile." Let's see if we can learn some more. So we could safely say that he's probably referring to the beast kingdom, the house of thy gods. Verse 15, it says, "Behold, upon the mountains of the feet of him that bringeth good news, that publishes peace. O Judah, keep thy solemn feast, perform thy vows, for the wicked shall no more pass through thee. He is utterly cut off." Okay, I can't expound on that, but I don't really feel like trying to conjecture on that. But I just wanted to pick a chapter and just look at, like, if we went to Genesis, that's kind of like an easy one now. That's kind of like low hanging fruit right there. You can see the differences in the names that uh, the uh, uh, the names that it uses. Genesis 1:1. This is kind of like the low hanging fruit. God, see, Elohim, it uses the word Elohim. So we can know right off the bat, man, right at the beginning of the scriptures, that is talking about false gods. It's talking about the power. I dare to even say maybe even the Nephilim, the Anunnaki, false gods in the beginning, because this is not the beginning according to the OAHSPE. The OAHSPE takes you back to the vortex as the creation of the universe. So right off the bat, man, we know we've been deceived. Right off the bat. You see, Dave says, our creator is never sanctioned by. Yes, that's right, man. I don't really know if I would waste too much time with that guy. I don't think you can reach him. I mean, I hope I'm wrong. But yeah, that's a powerful point right there, man. It's something that everybody assumes that one man can die for another. That is a bombshell statement right there. It's amazing that we've been fed that. But anyway, Elohim here in Genesis 1. And so we could just really just click on the word, man, and just go all over the Bible, Elohim. But the blue letter is problematic, man, too. It's kind of scary, the blue letter. You got to pay attention because these people, it sounded like they were writing from, and I was looking at a video and the guy, he was saying that the problem with the theologians, it seems when they were compiling the manuscripts, when it got to the Council of Nicaea, they were writing from an ideological point of view. It's like they said, look, this is what we're going to do. We're going to change all the language. Yeah, you're right, brother. You're right. I just don't want to see them frustrate you, But yeah, you are right. Never hurt to try to reach someone. That's right. But the video I was listening to, the brother, he said that one of the problems with the manuscripts and when they were compiling the the Bible, the Old Testament, at least the Old Testament, that when I would say the Council of Nicaea, when they were deciding what to put in the Bible, they weren't writing from a grammatical point of view, meaning like, the laws of grammar. They were writing from an ideological point of view. They were operating on an ideological point of view, meaning they wanted the spiritual scriptures, because remember, they combined them. They looked at all the manuscripts from different religions even, and they concluded that they wanted the spiritual scriptures to talk about one God. Remember Deuteronomy 6:4, Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. They wanted to they wanted the Bible to speak with one voice. But the Elohim was many gods. But they wanted the Bible to seem, so now they introduced Yahweh to be a catch-all phrase for the many different gods. And it really helped the beast kingdom, because say like you're Muhammadan and you subscribe to the Quran. But there are many influences. I won't speak on the Quran. I will say for Christianity. Well, I'll speak in general. I think that'll be easier to, when they compiled, from what I learned, when they compiled the Bible, they wanted it to speak with one voice. Although there were many rulers there were many gods that they were opposed to one another. Like if you read, let me see, what did the guy say? He said something about the commandments. Thou shalt have no other God before me. Let's let you know right there. Well, wait a minute. I mean, well, what do you mean other gods? So you can see how the creator, he kind of forces anything that is not light to admit to the truth. I mean, it's like the creator, he knew that all this was going to come out, false gods, the powers that be, the division between them, how they were going to be jealous to keep their kingdom going to the point where they were even going to grab human beings and then, uh, you know, change their DNA so that they could keep their line going. But in trying to keep themselves going, they spill the beans and then eventually the truth get out. You know, you see y'all saying a lot here. It says maybe creator will use something one of us says to get him to question his viewpoint. And then ASNet says, Iman Nadon is correct, but his understanding is incorrect. All right. Liza says, in the Bible, it says in a chapter, a verse that Jesus was just a messenger. In another chapter verse, he cannot forgive your sins. Only God. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Oh, somebody wants to come in? All right. All right. Good enough. Let me fix the screen so I can bring you in, see who it is. Oh, Asenat?
Hey, hey family,
Oh, yeah.
can y'all hear me?
Yeah, pretty good. How you
Okay,
doing?
good. How are you?
Okay.
All right. So I wanted to explain that comment I just put in there about Iman. Is it Iman the man? His comment where he's talking about Jesus being the Lord and Savior. So this is
Oh, okay.
something.
Go for it.
So this is something I need to like kind of like break down a little bit because, like I said, he's correct about what he said, but his understanding of what he said is incorrect. So we to start here you must understand that in that's why I had you look at the CJB, the complete Jewish Bible, because they do not mince words. They keep it flowing from the Aramaic, the Hebrew, and the Latin, so they keep the correct titles. The Bene Elohim, which would be Israel, the whole nation of Israel, these are not humans, and this is who Yeshua was sent to. And so you say, um, why would Yeshua be sent to that nation? And who sent him? So he tells us his father is El Elyon. Why did El Elyon send him to this nation? Because the Bene Elohim, the Bible says they are exiles. They are here. They they were carried away captive. And meaning when we read the book of Revelation, where it talks about Satan being kicked out by Michael from heaven, when he was kicked out, it says he took a third of the stars with him, or rather as captives. Psalms 68 6 Psalm 68:18 tells us he led captives in his train. So it is telling us that these um, these angelic hosts, or these interdimensional beings who were in heaven, were not just some of them did side with him, but most of them were carried away captive. They were like prisoners of war. They are the Bnei Elohim. So this is who Christ came to get back. That's why he says he came to save Israel. And why would he have to die for Israel? Because the creator did not sanction anything like that. It's because the false gods who set up in the first book of Genesis, the kingdom that they set up on earth is a kingdom of bloodshed and sex. So when we're reading about goats and lambs and uh, heifers being sacrificed, these are people and children that are being killed, and they're being sacrificed to these false gods. So Yeshua came because he knew that when they were, these Bene Elohim, Israel, when they were taken captive and they were in human flesh now, they're humankind, they're in human flesh now, they have lost their identity. They are a people destroyed, and they don't have an identity because they don't remember who they are. And this is why when he got baptized, it says when he came out the water, the um, the heavens was opened up to him. It meant his pre-existent life of the spirit being that he was. He got his full memory back. He was walking in his full anointing after his baptism. And he knew what he came to do, to give the message to the house of Israel, these fallen interdimensional beings who are now in humankind bodies, to give to remind them of who they are, so that they will know that Jehovah is the Father, the righteous Father, that they have been taken captive and they don't know who they are anymore. So the system that these fallen angels had set up in creating humankind and mixing them with man was a system of sacrifice and death. So when we're reading, um, they're asking for a lamb. This is a baby. And that's why in Malachi, I think it's 1:18, he says, woe to you deceivers who have a male in your flock, but you tell me you don't, because these people they didn't want to kill their kids. They didn't want to sacrifice their children to these beings. So Yeshua came because what he did was he enacted war and karma on them. Do unto others as you would have do unto you. They set that law up. So when they killed him in that body, he was able to do two things. He was able to use his blood to redeem the house of Bnei Elohim, the Israel, these fallen beings. He was able to get them back because no sin was forgiven without blood in their law. But also he enacted a law of karma, because now he could do what they did to him to get his angelic family back out of this earth. So when it talks about the harvest and the plants that the Father created, and talking about uh, the wheat and the tares, it's talking about man and mankind. But Israel is never ever uh, um, Israel is never called man or mankind. They are, because Yeshua knew who they were, and that's why he did it like under a stealthy movement, because when they kept asking him, because they knew who he was, they knew the spirit in him was different. Are you the son of the most high God? He would never say yes or no, because he knew what he came to do, and he knew he had a certain amount of time to fulfill that. So when he, Eman, the whatever his name is, I'm sorry, guy, for mispronouncing your name, but you are correct when you keep saying Yeshua is the savior, but he didn't come to save man. He didn't come to save man. He came to save the Bene Elohim, which belonged to him, because he is in the Nag Hammadi. He is the one that is called Yalda. No, he is the one that's called the Lord of the Sabbath, and I don't know what his name is in there, in the Nag Hammadi, but that's who Yeshua is, and that's why he said a body was created for him, because these Bnei Elohim are in human bodies. So it's not those people over there in Israel. Uh, it's not us. It's, people are, oh, the black nation is Israel. No, these these Bene Elohim are interstellar beings. If that makes any sense at all, what I just said. I know I just said a lot.
Well, where can we find out about what you're talking about?
It's in the Bible. Those scriptures I had you read when you were reading about the Elyon um, splitting up mankind and establishing one of his sons over each nation. These sons created that law. That law, the Ten Commandments. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not, da 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 da. So the Lord,
I mean, are you? It sounds like the Ahura Mazda law and the
well,
Zoroastrian law and uh the 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 third law all together. Really?
the Ten Commandments was created by Jehovah, because Jehovah oversaw what was happening, and that's why, like I was telling you before, if you when you're reading the book of Genesis, there's two things taking place. That first
Okay.
creation.
Well, let me stop for a second. All right. Now, so you talking about when Moses went up to get the commandments,
Yeah, so this was
and you're
that's
saying you
that's
saying that that was given by Jehovah.
so the Ten Commandments, they were given by Jehovah. The Bible says they were written by the finger of God. So those Ten
Okay, hold on a
Commandments.
second. Hold on a second. Let's look because that's one thing I regretted when looking back at my videos that
Mhm.
I want to like stop you whenever I want to see it for myself.
Yeah,
Now,
absolutely.
yeah, the Ten Commandments. What book is that in? Is it in
Um,
Exodus?
it's in Exodus. Yeah. So
Exodus
I don't know exactly.
25. Let's see.
Let me grab my Bible.
I
Hang on.
forget where it's at. Is it 25 or
One second.
let's see. We'll find out. Okay, tabernacle. Uh, let's see. Is it 12? I don't know. I'm guessing Passover lamb.
1 second.
All right, let me do it this way.
Okay, so let's see. Where's this?
Where is the Ten Commandments story written in the Bible? Okay, it's Exodus 20. All right, well, let's look at that. Exodus 20. All right, Exodus 20. Okay. All right. And God spake all these words, saying, I'm the Lord thy God, which brought thee out of the land of Egypt. Thou shalt have no other gods for me. Okay, let's see who's speaking here.
Okay.
Now, and God spake all these words. So let's see. It says, in God. Now here it says the Elohim.
Mm-hmm.
So
Because
that's
so this is
not the creator.
no, this is now when it's saying God in the CJB, it should say the Elohim spoke all these words, saying, I am the Lord thy God. So this would be when it in this context right here, this being that's speaking right here, that is the who we would call Satan right now. We would call him that Satan. And I'm gonna have you look at this scripture right here because I need you like to really understand and follow me what I'm about to tell you with this. So hang on 1 second.
Well, no, I
Because
mean, I already agree with you. I
no,
mean,
because I I could tell somebody that and they'll say no, that's not what's
no, I
happening.
mean, I'm saying, no, I said I'm already with you.
Right.
Because
Okay.
I was referring to that earlier about the fact that it says, "Thou shalt have no other gods before me." The
Hmm.
Creator, that's I know right off the bat that ain't the Creator.
Right. And that's why I said
Because
sometimes in the
all,
context.
all that's telling me is that that's just confirming to me that there are other gods.
Right. So
And the,
this is why these commandments were given. And if you look at all of the commandments, when it comes down to thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not commit adultery, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not bear false witness. So it's given a context of because you got to remember, as it said, these are the gods that are given these. So, but the Lord thy God is given the when you see the major ones that we know is right, those are being given by the Lord, the one I said that is the spokesman for Jehovah, because during this rebellion, when these angels did this, and they're establishing these laws over Israel, they were setting, um, they were they had brought, because these Bene Elohim are captive, they're setting a standard with them. And what Satan was intent on doing was establishing a system on this earth that was equal to Jehovah's system in heaven, so that his people that he has under him now, who are actually the interstellar beings who are now mankind, that they would be living on earth this righteous order that would emulate as above so below. But it went out of context, because what happened again is because of who they are. There's something in them that's wicked, which is how they ended up in this situation in the first place. But when they started having children with humans or man, these children were becoming abominations. But I'm going to show you how I know this is not people that it's talking about. So, what did you want to look at with the Ten Commandments, and then we'll go from there forward.
Um, well, I don't. I wasn't. I'm not disagreeing with you. I only pointed out, you know, that thou shalt have no other gods before me, as a way that the truth gets out, that
Okay.
creates using the truth to get out that there's other gods. There are false gods that, I mean, it's like he's making them expose themselves.
Okay, right. So look at Second Samuel. Let's look at Second Samuel 24, verse 1.
Okay. I was reading what Jamia posted there. I wanted to see who it was talking about. Let me see. Second Samuel. Hold on one sec. I had to close these curtains. That glare is killing me. I can't see the screen. Hold on one second.
Yeah, yeah, Jamia. Yep. That's correct. Yeah. And I'm gonna show you though something real quick. That a lot of people read this and they miss this.
Okay, where do you want me to go? You want me to go to
Uh,
Second Samuel, right?
yes, Second Samuel 24, verse 1.
24, verse 1. Okay. It says, and again, the anger of the Lord. So let's look at that real quick. The anger
Wait,
of the
hang
Lord.
on. Let me make sure. Oh, they sent you to the
Anger
wrong.
of the Lord. So here it's talking about Jehovah.
Okay, so let's see that.
Anger of the Lord.
Okay,
And
yeah,
again,
read that.
and again, the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he moved David against them to say, "Go number Israel and Judah."
Okay, so stop right there and go to First Chronicles 21, verse 1.
First Chronicles, what chapter?
Um,
21.
21, verse 1.
Okay, and it says, "And Satan stood up against Israel and provoked David to number them." So it's using Jehovah and
Mm-hmm.
then as Satan.
Mm-hmm. So this is now here's what's happening here. We know this is Satan, and but
Uh,
at times he is standing in the seat of Jehovah. He is standing in the seat of Jehovah because he is trying to establish laws on earth. He is trying to get a kingdom on earth that emulates the kingdom above. And Jehovah is looking at this. Jehovah is realizing that these his sons, his Bene Elohim, who have been taken from heaven, who have been taken captive. Um, Psalms 68:18 says, "You ascended on high," and this is talking about this being the Lord. "You ascended on high, leading a host of captives in your train, and receiving gifts among men, even among the rebellious, that the Lord God may dwell there." And in Romans, I think it's I think it's Romans. Uh, is it Romans? I think it's Romans. but it says the exact same thing. But what, and then in the book of Revelation, it says when Satan rebelled in heaven and he was kicked out, he it says he took his tail and pulled a third of the stars with him. So we know he's anthro and he's given like this image of being a dragon, but the stars would represent angels. So it's like it was the war that broke out in heaven. These Bene Elohim were taken captive. They were like in prisoners of war, and that's why Christ, not Jesus, Christ, who is the spirit of Jehovah, or the wisdom of Jehovah, comes in, and as Isaiah 61, 1 and 2, he says he came to set the captives free. And Christianity has been teaching the wide world that that's applying to man. Well, we didn't need to be freed from anything because we weren't the ones who were brought in captive. But now,
So let me stop you, okay? Because you saying a lot. Let me try to provide some perspective.
sure.
Oh, now we have the picture of Jesus Christ delivering the fallen.
Well, it's not Jesus Christ, it's Christ, because Jesus again
Well,
is
it, the only one who can deliver is Christ. Okay,
okay. That's right.
I understand that. I mean, it makes sense to me because you read in the OAHSPE
Mm-hmm.
where Crater he talks about like with the account of what is it Moses, where Moses told Pharaoh that uh, Pharaoh said something like, "I don't ever want to see your face again," and you
Mm-hmm.
know, remember the account. Moses said something like, "If you do, it'll be, or when you do, you're gonna wish you could see me again," or something like that. And so he, in the spirit, ended up getting cast into hell. Pharaoh.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
called for Moses, and it was sin under Moses, but he went and delivered Pharaoh because, I mean, it sounds like the creator. He makes so you hear about ain't or gods and delivering,
Mm-hmm.
out of hell. So I buy it. I can see it. You know
Yeah.
how
It,
he. I mean,
but
it's pretty profound. You know what you're talking about. I
and
mean,
this
I can
and that's
I
why
can see
I
it.
wanted to speak to the brother in the chat, because he is coming from the standpoint of Christianity,
Uh-huh.
and people don't know Christianity was set up. It was set up for the Bnei Elohim. That's why Christ said, "I came to the lost sheep of the house of Israel." And that's why when the Canaanite lady was asking him for healing, and he was telling her, "Well, I didn't come to you. I didn't come for your salvation." She said, "Even the he called her a dog or something." She was like, "Well, even the
Yeah,
dog
it didn't
eat
mean
the
she
crumbs."
wasn't a faithist. It's just that he was coming for he was coming for a different purpose.
Right, right. And so this is the confusion that's on the planet right now, or every black person
Thank you, Prince. I'm
is
sorry,
telling.
Asana.
Oh,
Thank you, Prince.
mm-mm.
Go
It's
ahead. Yeah.
every
Hey,
person is teaching.
let's,
Go ahead.
yeah. I wish I could kiss you on the nose. I
Blow,
absolutely love.
blow a
I
kiss.
absolutely. Well, shoot, man. I don't know about anybody else, but I absolutely love getting this overstanding. I mean, I love it, man.
It's and but like I said, this I know is from Jehovah, because when I like I told you, when I was going through so much, and I used to be like, "Where are you? Like, what is happening? Like, what if you did you create man? Like, what did we come from?" And it's like how you said you came across that website where you seen, like, he told you, he sent you there. He is the spirit of truth. But at the same time, people don't realize, like, even in the OAHSPE where it talk about the book of the wars of Jehovah, that's in the book of Numbers. It talks about, it calls it the wars of the Lord. But they didn't put it in the Bible. But here's the thing, Jehovah is fighting so many different wars, and he's putting out so much stuff around us, but he's so magnificent that the sun rises every day, the moon comes out every night, and we have, food on our table, clothes on our back,
Now,
because
let me. You know what? A thought came to my mind. Bear with me. Would you? Would
sure.
you? Um, Now, the brother came in, Gnostic Warrior, and he brought up a good point, you know.
Hmm.
So I want to put it to you: how do you look at the suffering?
I know exactly what it is, and that's what I'm here. That's what I'm showing you. The suffering is because of that system that was set
Why
up.
do the innocent suffer?
Because we are under the system. See, okay, first you must understand that Jehovah is love. There's no darkness in him. He's all light. So he's not going to be that God that's going to come in and war, cut off heads, throw babies in the river, kill the men, cut their heads off, everything. That's
Yeah,
not
but the
that.
brother wanted to know, why does he allow it?
And I'm going to explain it to you.
I
When
mean, I
this
have
war,
my
when
I
this
have
war,
I have my understanding. I'm just asking you for
oh
yours.
yeah, I'm going to explain it to you from my standpoint of the way Jehovah showed it to me, and it doesn't mean it's right, but this is the way I understand it because I
Yeah.
give all like everything I know. I give the credit to him because I don't know anything, and so I'm just being led by His Spirit. So this is my understanding.
Hmm.
When Jehovah created man, and when Satan and his fallens were thrown out of heaven, we get
Oh,
that
somebody,
image.
yeah. Hold on a second. I got somebody's backstage, I think.
Okay.
Oh, all right, all right, all right. Prince is coming in. I'm
Okay.
sorry. Go ahead, H Snap. Good
Okay.
to see you, brother.
Hey, brother.
Hey y'all, peace, peace, peace.
Peace, love, and light.
Yes, ma'am.
I
Peace,
just,
love, light, and wisdom to you, brother.
Yes, sir. Wisdom, power, and strength from the ever-present great spirit to everybody in the chat.
I love it.
Thank you, brother. I receive it.
I love it. Yes. But no. So here's the thing: when Jehovah created man, the it says man was given dominion on the planet. So anything that comes on this planet had to go through man to answer to man. So when we are given the Bible is not chronologically in order of the way things took place. Revelation should have actually been one of the first books because that war preceded mankind. Then Psalms should have been the second book because it talks about um, it gives a more developed picture of the creation of earth and how things were taking place and how Jehovah was destroying cities and things like that that these fallen was creating here. So when the falling and came to the earth and that situation that we look at like in the Garden of Eden, it was really just an exchange of power. These fallen gave Eve something that she didn't have, and it was more elaborated on in the Nag Hammadi with things like wisdom and how to create spells and things, different things like that. But in exchange for that, it's a spiritual covenant. So she already had dominion on the planet, her and her husband. But under that stance, she put Satan over Jehovah and over her husband. So you must understand Jehovah is love and he is light. But these fallen, they came to take the earth from man. They were cast out of their original home. So now they wanted to set up their own kingdom on earth. So under that kingdom, man suffers. We die. We Because everything that protected us in Jehovah's arrangement, it was destroyed through them because now they have what's called a spiritual covenant. And it's like if I give you a piece of paper and I say, here, Yaquab, this is the deed to my house. Nobody can take that from you. Somebody has to come in a rightful manner as a Shiloh, which means in Hebrew, he who it belongs to. Somebody has to come in to get that deed back. So it would have to be like a family member or the person that gave it to you. So under these circumstances, man is suffering because not only have we been infiltrated within the bloodlines, but infiltrated on the land. And this is talking about all man. It's not no color, no race. It's man. And it's we've been infiltrated in every manner, but we cannot be totally wiped off the planet because the planet still belongs to Jehovah, and there are still laws that Jehovah set in place for his beings. But it's like if you're renting a house and your son is living in, if you're renting a house and your son is living there with some, he brings in some friends, and the friends are saying, well, I'm paying rent too and I'm paying bills, but they're tearing down the house, they're fighting with your kids. You can't throw them out. So it would have to be something else that takes place to get these people out. So this is what Jehovah is doing. Never is he sitting back just watching his creation being destroyed or his earth being destroyed, because he is always in motion and planning. And that's why when Christ came in, he said, my father, he said, you guys do the Sabbath, because they were arguing with him about the Sabbath. He says, my father never stopped working. Like, he doesn't stop working. And I don't stop working, because it's always a plan in motion to rectify what's taking
Wait,
place.
well, hold on a second. Now, I want to let's look at that.
Okay.
Let's look at that. That's very interesting what you say there. Yeah,
Mhm.
that's going to be a good thing to look at.
Big brother, while you getting that too, I wanted to bring out just a little bit of um that to answer that question a little bit too.
Uh,
Why is there quote unquote evil, and why do people die, and why is there this type of stuff happening on the earth? How come Jehovah doesn't just stop it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in OAHSPE, number one, I don't really have the verse, but I do have one verse in the book of Jehovah, chapter 2, verse
okay,
2.
let me get that for you. Can I get that for you?
Oh yeah, go ahead, pull it up if you have it.
Okay, hold on one second. Give me
Yeah,
one
take your
second.
time.
All right. Yeah, I always like and share your videos, bro.
Oh, I appreciate it, man. I just do the little bit that I can. I know the creator can use it to help somebody. So
Yeah,
I didn't know you had a
yeah, you're
channel.
right.
Subscribe to your channel.
yeah, you can subscribe. It's just I think it's
Hey,
Prince
you got the
Yehuda.
link is in the description box
Okay.
to his channel. The link is in
Okay.
the description box.
I need to.
Make sure it's right. Make sure the link is right.
Yeah, it's right. I've seen it in there before. Yeah, you got it right.
Okay, now what you
Um,
want? You want
Book of Jehovah, chapter 2, verse 2. That's an easy memory verse.
okay, Book of Jehovah. Let's see. Would it be under a sun? Like, let me see. What is it? Book of Jehovah, right?
Yep, the first book. Yep. Well, I think Tay is the
Oh,
first book.
first book. I mean, the first book of the First Lords, or here we
No,
go. Here we
no.
go.
Yeah,
Jehovah. Yeah. All right.
yeah.
Okay, I got it. Now, hold that thought, A Snaps. Okay.
Oh yeah, no, take your time.
Okay, go ahead, brother.
It is a good question. I mean, that's a good thing because a lot of people don't understand that death. Okay, so it says that in verse 2. Are you going to put it on the screen, or you want me to just read it?
Oh man. Oh, please don't tell me I didn't share it.
Yeah, I still see us on
And
the
Dave,
screen.
he didn't put anything right. Let me try to beat him to it because he's typing it up right now. So if I beat him to it, he can't claim it. Okay, I'm almost 3, 2, 1. Nope, he didn't do it. I beat him. That was close. All right, go ahead, brother.
Okay, there it is right there. Awesome. All praises. It says, Jehovah said, I created earth and fashioned it, and I placed it in the firmament.
Well, hold on a second. You wanted chapter 1, verse 2?
No, chapter 2, verse 2. Yeah, 2, 2.
Oh, okay. All right.
There
Okay,
you go.
I'm
Right
there.
there it is. There it is. Yeah. Jehovah said, I created the earth and fashioned it and placed it in the firmament, and by my presence brought man forth a living being. A corporeal body I gave him that he might learn corporeal things. And here's the key verse. Here's the key part. And death I made that he might rise in the firmament and inherit my Etherian worlds. So a lot of people, like the brother that came in, I guess, yesterday, that had a problem or had a vexation with why people are dying, you know, the creator actually made death not an evil thing. I think there's another place in the philosophy that says that it's not necessarily good or evil, right? But he made death to it for us to rise in the spirit, to inherit the ethereal worlds. And the misconception is that when you read the Bible, death is like a punishment. Death is like a bad thing. But in OAHSPE, death is just made so we can rise in spirit, right? Now, the manner of the way a man may die, whether he dies in war, or he's murdered, or that might seem to us as corporeal beings like an evil thing. But in fact, it's not looked at as such from the creator's perspective, right? And then also the fact that we have to witness such things in our lives, it's kind of more so character development in OAHSPE, I feel like. And there's another verse that talks more about it, but I don't know exactly where it's at, that talks about it's not necessarily good or evil. But the higher light is that all things that we experience in this corporeal life, including death and overcoming the quote unquote evils, it's all culminated in how can I put it, in rising to the Godhead, right? Because we have to overcome all those things. So everything works together literally for the good of the faithists, right? So even the things that we go through that we consider to be so horrible, or why would the creator make me go through that, or how come I couldn't overcome this, or whatever it is, right? All those things that we overcome work together for us to raise up to be gods and goddesses in the higher heavens. We have to overcome what we consider to be evil, right? Not blaming the creator, because he's ever present. He's right here with us right now, helping us get light on these things, on these questions that we have. But we have to overcome all that in order to become the gods and goddesses that he would have us to be, right? So I just wanted to bring that verse out. And like I said, there's another verse. I don't know exactly where it's at in OAHSPE. I remember Brother Daryl Cosmon had brought it out that in a nutshell, he was saying that all things work together for the good of Jehovah's children as we ascend to the majesty of the Godhead.
Yeah, that's a good point, brother. That's very good.
Because a lot
Yeah.
of people, they don't know. They think death is just so terrible. But it's literally just the graduation of your spirit from your corporeal body. That's all it is. Now, if you die in a tragic way, like in a war, obviously that's a chaotic way to die. So you're probably going to have to be rehabilitated in spirit by the high raised angels. But nevertheless, it's not stopping your spiritual progression, you know,
Mhm.
and you'll be able to now teach others and deliver others who came through that same way that you came through. So nothing is stopping your ascension except for your own understanding. And I feel like once we understand that death is just made by the Father so that we can rise in the firmament and inherit the ethereal worlds, it just makes it a little bit less spooky, as Cosmon would say.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes all the sense in the world to me. I mean, it's just like the making of a pearl. How it requires friction, and it
Mm,
requires, it requires, I don't know, I forget the word for, it requires,
right. I know what you're
yeah,
saying.
yeah, it's for
Mm,
rubbing, So I love, I'm with you, brother. That's the way
I
I see.
I totally agree with that, brother Judah, and also Jamia, your comments too. I was kicked out, just got back in. I totally agree with that, and I'm not. What I was saying is not in any way to disregard that. What I am trying to do is explain the Bible, because
mm,
that Bible is to the Bene Elohim, and the
mm.
OAHSPE is to man, if that makes any sense at all. The OAHSPE is to the creations of Jehovah's hand. So our trials, our tribulations, and things like that, yes, the things that Jehovah is allowing us to go through and for, is to create in us a greater spirit of leadership, of to be kingdom ambassadors for his kingdom through his
Mhm.
inferior realms. But at the same time, because we are existing on a plane that has been infiltrated, the training ground that we were sent here to do and for, it's it's being also interrupted by beings who do not have the ability to ascend again, if that
Mhm.
makes
That makes
any
sense.
sense to you at all.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
makes perfect sense because it's just like the saying goes, no pain, no gain, in a
Yeah.
sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I like how you said it's a training ground because that's exactly the way that I see it as well.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah.
Everything that we go through here is training for us to become gods and goddesses to overcome all things in the lower realm, including the fallen ones, because
Absolutely. Be-
they're already beneath us. We
yeah.
are we are
Yeah.
we
And
are already aligned with the ever present one great spirit. And so we win in that sense. We just have to work out our salvation by
yeah.
overcoming those low level vibrations. So
And that's even touched on, like you said, even in the Bible, because even Christ says that. He says, you will judge angels. And we know
oh,
that. And it also, he says, but even Apostle Paul, even with his forked tongue, he says, you are to work out your own salvation. So nobody's, like you said, nobody's coming to save you. The work that you're putting in is coming to save you. But at the same time, the what they are doing, it interferes with what Jehovah set up. His school is being pushed off guard or not. I'm not
mm,
even gonna say off track, because he everything is within his authority and power. So I want to more say like that Bible was not given to man; it was given to them, to those
mm,
ones who must be saved and pulled out. But because man was on this earth, the Satan's who I call the Satans and the Lucifers, because they're two different factions. They knew if they could misdirect us to these religions, it would
mm,
kind of, it's like when you're taking a test in school and you have somebody behind you popping you in the
mm.
head, or you're pushed off of what you're studying, and so you start paying attention to what they're doing. But they knew that, but the spirit of Jehovah rests in us, and so like brother Yaqub said yesterday, it's going to always keep bringing us back to what we are supposed to be doing. It's like when people get married or have houses or good jobs or a lot of different things, and these things could go on and you don't find a lot of joy and happiness in it. Or sometimes, like when you're too comfortable with something, something will happen, because Jehovah's like, I didn't send you here for that. You wasn't supposed to come here and start getting distracted. Keep doing the work and
Hmm.
ascending. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. I love that.
Yeah, the whole thing, it makes sense to me. I mean,
You were going somewhere, Yaquab, before I interrupted you. I'm sorry.
oh no, I think it was ASNF. I she was bringing out something about ASNF. I think you were bringing out about this or Jesus saving the El Ben.
Oh yeah,
How do
the
you call him? What do you call him?
Bene Elohim. Um,
Bene Elohim.
yeah, it's just the sons
So,
of God, the sons of God, and that's why um we
so these are products of Sophia.
they are Sophia's children, yes, and that's why in the book of Revelation it says the woman will crush the head of the serpent, because the woman is Sophia and the serpent is Satan, and it's her child that she sent in who is going to do the work to get those children out. Yes, so it's Sophia. Um,
Uh-huh. I mean,
but no, even in one of the gospels, and I'm trying to look it up real quick. It even when it talks about Christ, it says it doesn't call him a man. It says the thing. It's telling Mary. I can't remember which gospel it's in, but it says the thing that you will give birth to, it's going to do this. It doesn't say the son or this man child. It says the thing that you're going to give birth to is going to do this, because he is the spirit of wisdom that's coming into that body that was created for him to do that work.
Hmm. That's a good catch. Yeah, the thing that is in you or something like that.
Yeah, that she is going to give birth to
So I
this.
think, if I may, the brother, Gnostic warrior, I think he's referring to the pain, the affliction that people have to go through that he had a problem with.
Hmm.
Yeah,
And
and
I can hear him. I can hear him on that. Nobody likes to see the type the way that people can just
And
way that
that's not necessarily sanctioned by the Father either.
right.
The pain and the suffering that we go through, He allows it, right? And we have to overcome it.
Be right back.
Um,
Y'all keep going. I can hear you. I'll be right back.
okay. But just like in the book of judgment, judgment is rendered against, those people who go to war and are warriors and who are inclined to declension. Like the Father doesn't he's not okay with that. So
yeah,
I would
it's I think what he didn't, what sometimes, like, because I've talked to a lot of people like that. Well, if there's a God, why doesn't he do this? Why doesn't he do that? But it's as you say, when like if you fall and you scrape your knee, you know why your
Mhm,
knee is hurting. You
mhm,
you know what caused it. You know what you need to do to get it healed. But sometimes people don't understand, like, why a baby gets killed or why a child is suffering with
right.
cancer. So if they don't have those answers and they look and we're telling them, well, the creator's love and he's this and he's that, that's the human in us. But
Mhm,
instead of going inward, like you said, because we need to find those answers. But it's, as
mhm,
Jamia said, it's like a school, like a training. You must continue to excel to find these answers. If he just
mhm.
came and told you everything, then are you really earning that crown? Are you earning
Right.
your life?
That's it. That's really it. And to know that He's not okay with the wars on the earth. He's not okay with the murders of children. The Creator is not okay with any of that. But
No.
it's a balance of literally understanding that there's so much. For instance, I was just reading the Book of Judgment, right? Because I was planning on going live today too, so I had went live for like 30 minutes. But
Mhm.
there was a part in the Book of Judgment, chapter 14, where the Creator says to choose your spouse. If you choose to not be celibate, if you're not inclined to celibacy, to choose a spouse based on the spirit of that person and the purity of that person's spirit and the
Mhm.
purity of
Oh
the
yeah,
flesh.
that's
Mhm.
Yeah,
yeah.
because of the fact that whatever you put into your mouth, or say you're an alcoholic, right?
Mhm.
That contamination that you chose to put into yourself, it actually contaminates your child. So somebody might say, well, why does the Creator allow for children to be born like crack babies, right?
Yeah.
That the responsibility is not it's not the child's fault. It's the parents' fault because they contaminated their flesh, and then they chose a person who had contaminated flesh to have a child with. So some people might say, well, why are babies born with cancer? Well, look at the history of the parents and the grandparents and what they chose, how they chose to live their life. That's not on Creator. That responsibility falls on the parent. You know what I mean?
But
So,
but even with that, being said, and you could take it, like this. There are some people that are like, even like Jewish people, they're kosher, like they don't eat anything that shouldn't be, eaten, or different things like that. And they could still be faced with these dilemmas. It's because, as you said, we are in a system that we were here to do something, and it's we how do we ascend? And we look, it's all around us. It's like a seed. Even Christ said that, like a seed. He said a seed is planted in the ground. He said that seed has to die to become a tree. So that
mm-hmm,
speaks to the thing of death, because
mm-hmm,
if we stay in these flesh and blood bodies, we never become that tree of life, that eternal
exactly,
source.
exactly.
But until we are able to realize that, we look at everything, a child is born. They crawl, then they walk, then they go upstairs. So we are in that same situation. The Creator has put all those things around us that we continue to excel in every
Mhm.
area.
That's a beautiful picture of the seed, because that shows you that death is not the end, and death is more so of a graduation to the growth of your spirit. Because even the seed has to quote unquote die before it produces fruit. You know,
And
so
that's why a lot of people get caught up with that, with what Paul was teaching, because the apostles that Jesus was teaching, they were teaching about a kingdom on earth. And that's why the whole scenario is still going on with these kingdoms fighting and warring over whose land is who. That was what Jesus brought. But the spirit of truth and wisdom came in through Christ, and he gave it exclusively to Paul. And that's why when Paul was teaching it, they were saying, well, you're lying. That's not what he told us. And you're teaching a whole new doctrine. And because Paul is teaching how to sow towards eternal life, when he was
interesting.
telling them things that was spoken to his spirit. And these apostles had been duped by
Interesting.
the false gods Messiah, and how to gain this kingdom on earth. We want this kingdom back. Whereas Christ came in like, look, he said, my kingdom is no part of this world, because we're not here for this. We're exiles here. We are
Yeah.
here to come in and out.
Yeah, it's
And
interesting because it's the higher light definitely brings clarity to the situation, because it's a lot of confusion when a person is stuck in the Bible for so long. It's hard to make sense of certain, even just definitions. Let's just deal with the definition of death, as we just did in the book of Jehovah, chapter 2 verse 2. Death is not negative. It's not a bad thing, right? So the terminologies, I feel like, from the Bible to OAHSPE is just so convoluted when you just dealing with in conversation with certain people who haven't elevated past quote unquote the Bible history and stuff like that. But the the terminologies are really confusing, right?
well, it's esoterically, and it's because the ones who had the truth and who were given the doctrines, because of course Jehovah sent his ambassador angels here to make sure that certain things was
Uh-huh.
done in order. So these ones were given uh, the truth from his mouth to their ears, and they are the ones who gave from their mouth to the ears of people like the guy who wrote the OAHSPE. But now imagine Satan knows that for Jehovah's kingdom to flourish, his kingdom must end. So what way to end his kingdom is to create a kingdom of his own, and that's why it's those two bloodlines. They're growing side by side. That's why when Christ said,
The weeks
"Nation
shall grow
would,"
with the tear.
yeah, well, he was talking about the body, but when he said the nation would rise against nation. So imagine two kingdoms rising against each other, a kingdom of truth and a kingdom of lies. And that's what he was trying to get them to understand, that there would be one. He said it would look so close to what was truth that you wouldn't be able to understand it until the last days, when the
Hmm.
Father sent his ambassadors in. He calls them the what does he call them? I can't remember what he calls the angels. And he said, but they bring. He says they come in and they clean the fields of the wheat. He
Mm-hmm.
says to do that separating work. But that's what's happening right now, because
Right.
we have all been growing together. But now we are at that time of the end where, at the end of the school day, when you ready to go home and you're looking at the clock and it's almost 3 and you're like, okay, so now you listen to what the teacher's saying because you're ready to leave. but in the morning, you're not paying attention. You drawing and you playing with your friends. We're at that time right now.
Yeah, man. I really believe that time we're in the time of Cosmon now. So the higher light is here in order for us to raise up beyond even the Bible. I love OAHSPE so much because it does bring out the fact that the Bible is tampered with so heavily. But luckily we can hear the voice of the Creator even when we read in the scriptures. And the Creator gang, we bring out and show and prove. So when it comes to like the Apostle Paul, you know, and reading through the Essene history, the true history, and
Mhm.
seeing that Paul was really a dissenter of the true faithists,
Oh
Yeshua and his
yeah.
brothers. You
Hmm.
know, he taught something totally different according to the Roman
Yeah.
the Roman government. You know what I mean? You know, a lot of people don't even know that.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
you know,
he does, but he's like Jesus and Christ. So when Paul is teaching, if you've ever read like the books that Paul wrote, so him and
I read
Peter.
them all.
Okay, yeah. So then you realize like there's times when he is actually speaking about the Creator, just like with Peter. There's times when Peter is actually speaking about the Creator because it's the same way with Balaam and Balak when they were trying to put a
See,
curse on these people, but the
mhm,
Creator would intervene at certain increments, like you said, with that higher light, so that these people were able to fight back spiritually. Like, no, that's not right. I'm not supposed to do that.
right.
Yeah,
Like the whole eating of flesh. Paul was teaching in Galatians, you can eat flesh,
yeah,
you know, whatever sold in the shambles, don't even question it, just eat
right.
it for conscience sake,
Mhm.
which that went totally against what the true Messiah, Yeshua,
Yep,
was teaching in the wilderness of Judea with his brothers, the Nazarenes, right? And
that's
so, and even I was gonna do a lesson, and I'm still gonna do it because a lot of people are in darkness about what's in the Essene Nazarene literature.
yeah,
But in the book of Barnabas, it clearly denotes that the creator, I mean, that Yeshua, the son, the Messiah, was not a flesh eater, nor was Moses teaching
yeah.
to eat flesh, right? But
Mhm.
that's all through Paul's gospels. So you
Well,
start to, you,
and but I don't want to cut you off. I just want to lose this thought real quick because, like I was saying,
go
even though
ahead.
he was teaching that, I think it's in the book of Acts where he goes and then he says, "Do not eat blood and do not eat things that are strangled and sacrificed to gods." So
Right.
the Creator would still put on him at times, like, "No, you must tell these people the truth." Okay, now go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, that's facts. So I understand, you know, what you're saying and where you at. I can see that level, but it's just, you know, I don't know. When you start to realize the higher light, it's so clear. It just literally blows all of the darkness out. The
Yeah.
creator was not about killing any of his creation. He never was. So to have that dichotomy or that contradiction in Paul's words, you have to kind of see like Paul was tripping. He had to be. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? Whether he's talking about Jesus or whether he's talking about the Christ,
Yeah.
something ain't something ain't adding up.
Mhm. Well, see,
Um,
and also Paul was of the people don't even realize too that Paul was of he was a Roman. He was of the tribe of Benjamin, which is a Bene Elohim, but
huh,
he was a Roman. And that's
right.
why when he was being taken to Caesar, and when the soldier hit him, and he was like, "Don't hit me," he was like, "I'm a Roman." And then said the soldier got scared and went and asked the other one. He's like, "Well, wait a minute now, is he a Roman? Because we can be put to death for that." And he was like, "Yeah, he's a Roman, and he want to speak to Caesar." So this was a whole big thing, that
Yeah,
he was being
that's
used
huge.
by these false gods because of his bloodline.
Yeah, that's crazy that he was even a Roman because Yeshua and his brothers Judah, James, and all the brothers that was rocking with the Nazarenes, they were none of them were Romans at all.
At all.
You see what
But
I'm saying? So
at
the
all.
fact that Paul
But
was
in the Bible, they don't even like the apostles in the Bible, the books of the Bible, the ones who we read, these are not the apostles. Like you
right,
said in the book of the
Paul
Essentials,
had his
like
own apostles.
Barnabas and Thomas, those they're in other books.
Yeah, because so whew, you got to understand that whole history of Paul, man. I wish you could go back and listen to Big Brother Malachi's breakdown of the Nazarenes and the disciples of Paul, because Paul had 12 disciples too.
I know. Listen, I did so much research on Paul, and you
Yeah,
don't
and
even
that's
know.
what I'm saying. It's so much confusion in his. I've read all of his letters. I've read all of his letters. I've listened to so much on him too. So I can easily see, okay, Paul, for lack of a better word, is full of it
Hmm.
because it's too contradictory. When you read the true apostles' letters, They're not going back and forth between whether you can eat blood on or sacrifice to. They didn't eat meat at all.
No.
See what I'm saying? It was all sacrificed to idols according to them, because the Creator said, "Thou shalt not kill anything."
Well, this is how another reason why I started distinguishing Jesus from the Christ, because Jesus, when he told them to come out the boat, he said he was cooking fish for them. He was like, come and eat,
Mhm.
so we know, like,
Yeah,
as he
that couldn't have been
yeah,
the Yeshua,
no,
Joshua,
no, but
because
then
according to Joshua's words, he said, "You shall not eat the flesh of anything that breathes oxygen."
right.
And oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, finish. I just want to
I
say,
was just going to reference also, even in the scriptures, when you see him in the temple whipping out the money changers, he also let go of let the doves go free,
mm-hmm.
claiming that those were his brothers and sisters in creation. You know what I mean? So that whole idea of Jesus or Yeshua, well, we already know Jesus is false, right?
Well, see,
Oh.
people don't even read, like, when he's doing the covenant with them. It's the same Melchizedek covenant, and it's bread and wine. It's not meat. Like they'll say, "This is my body, and
Let me
and
go
it
here.
means my flesh and blood." But that's not the covenant of Yeshua. That's not his covenant. His covenant was bread and wine, because he bread was agricultural, and wine
Mhm.
was of the vines, of the grapes of the vine. So that's what they were looking toward, that type of covenant. It wasn't
Right.
anything like what the
So how
Romans
is it
instituted.
that we have this idea of him feeding fish? Like, that's what I'm saying. That type of stuff
Yeah.
is so detrimental to the entire New Testament doctrine, because in the book of Ezra here in OAHSPE, the doctrines of Joshua and his death are clearly put forth, and it says that God. Yeah, you want to pull that up, your quad?
Okay, which one?
The book of Ezra,
Okay,
chapter 44 in OAHSPE.
okay, hold on 1 second. Escrow
I don't even know
44,
how we got. I don't know how we got way over here, but I guess it's good to read it.
escrow
I,
44.
I
Hey, I'm
can't.
loving it. I'm loving the whole thing, man. I'm just
Yeah, I don't want to. I don't want to bask in confusion for too long. I like to just get straight to the point.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry. I was causing you confusion.
No, no, no. It's just it's not you, my sister. It's not you at all. It's the
Oh.
Bible itself. It's
Oh, okay, got you.
we're
Yeah.
trying to make sense. We're trying to make sense of the Bible in our own way.
Yeah, well,
But I feel like that's why.
I came in, because I was just trying to let the brother who was in the chat, because this is the second time he came in there, um like saying what he was saying about Jesus, and I keep trying to get him to understand that that's not for us. Like, it
Yeah,
has nothing to do with us.
nothing at all. That whole Bible, man. Unless you have read OASPE, it's going to be hard for you or anybody, even from myself, to make sense of some of the passages in the Bible. So if he hasn't read OASPE and he hasn't done the historicity of who the true Yeshua was and who his true brothers and disciples were, the Nazarenes and the Essenes, then
Mhm.
he's going to be way off course,
Yeah.
because he's just going to be making up stuff.
Most times people won't, until they get like that encounter with Jehovah, to do it, because they've been under these false gods so long that
Fritz.
even sometimes they're stagnant. Just, they're afraid to go outside. That's why Jesus calls them sheep. They're afraid when he opened
Right.
the gate, like, they're still scared to go out that gate.
They still scared. Yeah, but we can't be. We got to be fearless today. We're going to be fearless right now, because
Yeah.
that fear is not from the Creator. He has not given us the spirit of fear, but of what? Of power
Of
and of a
power.
sound mind.
Right.
You know. So brother Fritz Foxwell just posted in the chat that Paul said that Herod was his kinsman,
He sure did.
and
He
Herod
sure.
was the one killing the
Mhm.
children of
Sitting on the
Yesarah.
throne. Yep, sitting on the thrones of Israel. These, and this is why they wanted to kill Yeshua, because they thought he was coming to take their power. But Paul sure did. He was the kinsman of Herod. And people
Yeah,
read, but they read that and they don't put that
it don't
together.
click.
They don't
Right.
put that together.
Paul tried to kill James, Yeshua's brother. Paul tried to kill him.
And James the Just, because
Yes. Mhm.
and that's his like that's who Yeshua gave the real doctrines to.
Yes, ma'am.
That's who he
Exactly.
gave the real doctrines to.
Yeah. So I'm gonna read it. If you could pull it up, your quad, and then
Okay.
I'm gonna go. It's 10 o'clock where I'm at. I gotta get ready to lay my body down and pray that the spirit, the great spirit, continue to flourish us all in His light
Yes.
for the benefit of the all, man. Because oh man, it's a lot of confusion.
Oh, the spirit of confusion is being destroyed daily.
Yes,
Hey,
ma'am. All praises. You want to
well,
read it,
both
your quad, or you want me to read it?
brother really blessed my soul. That's all I know. I'm loving this. You want chapter 44, Esther?
Uh huh.
What verse?
You could just start from verse 1 if you want to read it.
Okay. It says, God said, these were my doctrines I taught through Joshua. Verse 2. You shall keep the 10 commandments of Moses. Let me make the screen bigger. Okay, so this is interesting. Now, here's the commandments of the Creator, and then you got the 10 commandments in the Bible. You shall not engage in war nor bet war. Verse 3.
So
Verse
wait,
4.
let me pause real quick. So to the
Okay.
brother that came in yesterday, and he was talking about why are all these things happening, you have to understand that the Creator don't engage in none of that. He's not sanctioning war at all. Even through Yeshua, he was like, man, y'all not gonna engage in none of that, nor a bet war. You know what I mean? So it's not that you have to be mad. You know what I mean? You got to understand that the Creator is love, like our sister was saying. All right, go ahead.
Oh shoot. I wanted to take that verse and I want to post it right here. Bear with me for 1 second. I want to
Okay.
put it on this channel because I don't know if you can see the screen. This guy right here. I want to put it. I want to I wanted to
Put it in
paste
the
it
comments.
on his channel because he just loves war, and I just wanted to.
Oh yeah, shoot
I wanted.
at him with that light.
Yeah, let me post it. I'm going to put it on his comments right now,
All praises.
and
Shut that down. Shut it down.
hopefully, yeah, I want him to see, to change his mind, man. About I mean, he's pushing it, and he can't wait, until the first,
Mm.
until what I mean. But I wanted to put it
The
on here,
false gods train the false gods
and
train
this
man
is
from birth to war, you know,
Mm-hmm.
to fight with each other, to argue
yeah,
with each other.
yeah,
Give a little boy, give your little
yeah.
son an army man and a gun for Christmas. Like, no, I
No.
don't.
Right.
Yeah. All right. Book of Esther. Book of Esther, chapter 44, verse 4. It says, you shall eat no flesh of any animal, fish, bird, fowl, or creepy thing that Jehovah created alive. Verse 5. You shall dwell in families, communities, in the manner of the ancient Israelites who held all things in common. Verse 6. You shall have no king or queen, nor bow down and worship to any except your creator. See how I love it, man. Oh,
Creator gang, baby. Serve Creator only.
yeah. Yeah. It says, you shall not call on the name of angels to work. Man, you shall not call on the angels to worship them, nor to counsel with them, or the affairs of the earth. Verse 8, you shall love your neighbor as yourself, and to do to your fellow man as you would have done him do to you. Verse 9. You shall return good for evil and pity to those who sin. Verse 10, it has been said, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. But I say, return good for evil. Verse 11, if a man hits you on the one cheek, turn the other to him also. Verse 12, the man shall have only one wife, and the woman only one husband. Verse 13, as the children honor the father, so will the family be blessed with peace and plenty. Verse 14, remember that all things are of Jehovah, and that you are his servants to help one another.
Yes.
Verse 15, and as much as you do these services to one another, so you do to Jehovah. Behold, only the virtues and wisdom in your neighbor, his fault, It says, behold only the virtues and wisdom in your neighbor. His faults you shall not discover. Verse 17, his matters are with his creator. I love it. In other words, mind your own business. Verse
Right.
18, do not call on the name of any God or Lord in worship, but worship Jehovah only. Oh, I love it. Love it, man. Verse 19, and when you pray, let it be in this manner. Jehovah, who rules in heaven and earth, hallowed be your name. Reverend among men, sufficient for me is my daily bread, and as much as I forgive those who trespass against me, so forgive me and make me steadfast to shun temptation, for all honor and glory of yours, worlds without end. Amen. Verse 21, to visit the sick and distressed, the helpless and blind, and to relieve them, to provide for the widow and orphan. Keep yourself unspotted before men. These are the way of redemption. 22, you should take no part in the governments of men. Wow. I've never seen that before.
That's not what Paul did. Paul was all in the Roman government,
That's a
wasn't he?
good point, man.
There was.
Oh, that's a good point, man. I haven't really looked at Paul yet.
Oh man,
But
you
I
don't.
love
But
It's
it's
an ugly
even
picture.
now. It's even now because so many people who claim to be Christians, they're the forerunners in
Oh,
war.
they love Paul, man.
Well,
You
they
know?
love war. They love
Yeah.
war. We're
Yeah.
fighting for our country. We'll kill for our country. Really?
Yes.
Really?
Patriotism, like the number one killer, man, of the United States, man.
Man, I pray, man, that don't ever come to this country.
Yeah. I
It's
hear
here
you.
already.
It's already here. Yeah, she beat me to it.
It's already here.
Yeah.
But see, this is the when Yeshua drew the line in the sand, when he was sat down and he wrote that line in the sand, that's a spiritual line because he knew like this was coming. He knew he was drawing the line between the Christians and the faithists. He knew that. And this is why I tell people, like people that wear that cross does not represent they're honoring their king and he died for them. That cross represents what is it? What did Judas
It
do?
represents giving up
What,
your autonomy.
no, what did Judas do to him? It
Betrayed them.
represents betrayal. It's like I
Right.
crossed you out. I've crossed you out. So it's like that cross. When we see that, it's a betrayal. Like they betrayed what he brought to them, how to get them to
It
follow
also
the Creator.
it also represents giving up your manhood and your womanhood. You know what I'm saying? It represents giving up your autonomy
Yeah.
and
Oh
following.
yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, like you had that cross is a big deal, man. My brother Daryl Cosmon has a very, very extensive explanation on the cross. But in a nutshell, it just means to give up your own thought process to a false deity. You just
Boy,
surrender
that's a
your
good one right there. Yes,
yeah.
that's a good one. I can
But
see
see,
that,
and
because it's
that's
like Christianity. It's like fire insurance for people.
Fritz, Uncle Fritz is in here blasting. He said, "I pledge allegiance to the flag."
I pledge to the flag of the United States. So, mindless robots, man.
Man, we pledge allegiance to Creator only, man. That's it.
Right, right. Now I'm gonna say this. Okay, I'm taking a chance, man, but I got it. When I was a Hebrew Israel, now even before I was an Israelite, well, this might be the last day of my channel when they when they when they cancel me when I say this.
no, they won't.
So,
Jehovah
now,
got
you, brethren, I I let me. Oh man, I'm taking a chance. For some reason, I stopped saluting the flag in 1985.
Man, I never saluted the flag. I was a
I,
child.
I
I think I
saluted when I was a kid, like in elementary, like maybe in the first and the second, third grade. But then it was like, I'm not doing this.
literally. I remember I was in fourth grade because my mama was a Black History advocate when I was a kid. She always taught us Black History like daily. And so we were learning so much about slaves and how they were oppressing our people and under this flag. Man, I remember I was in fourth grade and they told me, put your hand over your heart and say the Pledge of Allegiance. I said, I'm not pledging allegiance to a country that have my people in chains. I told my teacher that.
Mhm.
I've always been different. Even when
So
I was in
that was you on that show, Good Times.
Well,
Oh, that's
and
cool, man. So you was that brother.
yeah,
if
that's
you
me,
go
man. I'm telling you.
on the second verse of the song, how it talks about the blood of the slaves, like
Slave, yep. We
yeah, like
learned that, yep.
people you standing out here, people preparing to go and celebrate this 4th of July stuff. Like, do
I
y'all
know, man.
realize like what's happening?
But I love the higher light that we have nowadays to even know that this is actually our country. It's a lot of history that we were not taught about this land that we're standing on, you know, and now that we are in this Cosmon era, so much
Mm-hmm.
practical light is coming out to understand the truth and realities that we are natives here. This is our original land.
Right, right.
You
It's
know what
like
I'm
when
saying?
you
We
write,
didn't come over
You
here on
brothers,
slave ships.
yeah,
you
it's
brothers
like
should
when you
read
write
the original.
Jerusalem.
You
Jerusalem
brothers,
has USA in the middle of it.
you
Like,
brothers, you should read the original national anthem.
Oh yeah, I think I have read that original national anthem a couple times, and they took out a clause that said liberty and justice for all except the slave, right?
Yes.
Hmm.
there's this guy on YouTube. He's it's actually yeah. His name is, I don't even know if I'm going to pronounce this right, but it's Kumerio, and his last name is Ahau,
What's
and
the name? What's his name again?
it's Kumerio,
Ku. Well,
and his last
it's
name is
K K
Ah.
U
Yeah, it's
M
E
E E
Rio,
R I O.
and
Okay.
his last name is Ahau. He's a Puerto Rican guy, but
A
his
A
channel
A
is
U.
extensive research. He does books. He reads the books. Like, he'll show you the book that he
Hmm.
got this information from, about who this country belongs to, how it got the way it is. It's like he goes so deep into it, and people be on there just trying to troll him and drag him, and he just, yeah, that's him right there. He has so much stuff, and
Yeah, it's
he
the
and I,
information age now. If you want the
well,
information, it's available to anybody who's seeking it.
he and I got into like a discussion about, when I was talking about the daughters um of Jacob, because you only hear about the sons, the 12 sons. And Dinah, she disappears off into history, and Deborah, the judge, she disappears off into history. And we were talking about that because when I was doing research on it, he started doing research on it, and I was looking at his channel, and I was telling him some stuff about it, and then he did like a video on it, and we were just like blown away, like all the, like the links that it came up to. But as you said, with this country, they know, like, if people start coming to their senses
Hmm.
and realize, like, that we only have one president, we only have one king, and it's Jehovah. And once we come to that, like, they don't we're you don't have no power over us anymore, because we're not
Hmm.
looking to be a part of your kingdom.
Hmm. At all, at all. We're not choosing the Democrats or the what did Malachi say? The Rebellions. We're not choosing any side. We stand on the side of Creator and honoring His creation, honoring all of, in that last verse, in verse 23 of Esdras 44, it says, "All men are children of one Father, who
Hmm.
is Jehovah, and whosoever chooseth Him and keepeth His commandments is His chosen."
Yes.
You
Hmm.
know, and that's it. That's all, man. I don't understand the division, because a house divided cannot stand. That's in the Bible too. So how you got 49% of Americans on one side and 51% on the other side, and expect for anything to function properly? It never
Mm-hmm.
They,
it never made it never made sense to me from my childhood into my adulthood. I'm not gonna I don't like saying this because people think I'm ignorant, but I've never voted. I didn't vote for Barack. I've
I've
never
never
ever
voted. I've never
voted
voted
for any
either.
president.
I've
Now
never voted.
for local issues, you know what I mean, like legalizing cannabis, yeah, I'll vote for
Nope,
that.
I've never voted for none of it. Never,
But
ever,
you
ever
know,
been to a ballot in my life ever.
see that,
Um,
you know what I mean, because this country was set up, or I should say, the United States is not uh it's not set up on righteous laws. You know what I'm
uh-uh,
saying? But
because I was
Creator is,
just looking at something in the Constitution the other day that talks about slavery. That I think it's the 14th Amendment. It's the 13th or the 14th, but it's pretty much saying like slavery has never ended, and should they feel like they need to enact it again, they can do it because it never ended.
you know what? If you ever been to prison, like I have, you know for a fact slavery is not ended.
Yeah.
On
See.
paper, you know, it's over 2 million people incarcerated in this country,
Mm-hmm.
and we have to change that. You know, now I'm not saying that if you're a criminal, you do some crime, yeah, you deserve to do your time.
Yeah.
But as far as just the way that it functions, I got arrested for nothing at all. I've
Right.
never told my story, but I've been oppressed by police man, it's been my whole life. People see me with big buff dude with dreadlocks, and I'm walking with my swagger. They just automatically think, "Oh, he did it. He's a criminal. Let's get him." I've
Mm-hmm.
been pepper sprayed. I've been arrested. I've been handcuffed for no reason at all, multiple times.
Yeah.
You know, and that's how they treat slaves back in,
Mm-hmm.
in the 1800s, all the way through, even through the Civil War. They treated us like that the whole time.
Yeah.
So yeah, slavery still is very much in effect in this country, just on paper.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so yeah, but I want to
Yeah.
look up you. I want to find that verse. I'm gonna probably tap in with my big brother Daryl Cosmon later on, maybe tomorrow, and I want to find that verse where in OAHSPE where it talks about Jehovah not being nothing being good or evil necessarily, and I hopefully I can help the brother that came in the chat with you yesterday in his vexation, because that's a very important thing to understand, that nothing is necessarily good or evil, or people aren't good or evil. It's more so ripe and unripe. And I don't
Yeah,
know.
I read that. Yeah, yeah. I think
He has a channel. Go on his channel.
Oh, he
He
has a channel too.
Yeah, his channel is Gnostic Warrior, and it's like 3 or 4 different Gnostic warriors, but his is like his logo is like it looks like a black sun.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Gnostic Warrior. I'm gonna look him up and I'm gonna try to help him. I'm gonna pray for him too, because I understand that feeling. Even I was helping my mom with that, because I remember one time she had a problem with me reading Owaski for a second, until I started showing her like it's not an evil book, mom. There's nothing evil in here. Ain't nothing about killing no babies. Ain't
Well,
nothing about going to war.
he's very familiar with the OAHSPE.
Oh,
He's
okay, good.
yeah, he studied it, like he knows a lot about it. But he is I think with him,
oh, all right. We got the brother in the room. All right. All right.
is
Who
he
was
here?
that, brother Daryl?
Gnostic.
Gnostic
Oh,
John.
Warrior.
no.
Yeah. Let me see if you want
Salute
to
to the
come in.
brother.
Hey, Prince, can you help me with something?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I noticed that brother Selah, he liked to light up on video. Now, philosophy it talk about smoking, and I never understood that.
He talks about smoking.
Yeah, smoking. I mean,
Uh
I know brother Selah, he liked to light up on on
yeah, yeah. No, the herb is it's I just read about that. Where was I reading about that at? In the book of Judgment. It's different when you're dealing with the herbs of the field. You can actually hear the creator's voice more clearly dealing with certain herbs. And by the way, it's your own choice to do whatever you're gonna do. It's between you and creator. That's one thing that's very important for people to know. We just read that we're not finna judge nobody. We're not gonna speak about another person in a negative aspect as to what they choose to do. They have a liberty to do whatever they want to do. Um,
right.
and what they charge their blood with, right? That's what their spirit is also going to be charged with. But the herb is not evil. You know what I'm saying? But depending
Mm,
on like I smoke, right? So when I smoke tobacco, when I used to smoke tobacco, I always felt like it brought me down. Like my
mm,
body felt heavy. I felt more lethargic, right? But with the
mm,
cannabis, I always felt more high raised. That's just how I felt. Me
No, when I used
personally.
to smoke cannabis, I used to lose my mind, and I think everybody was out to get me.
Yeah, but
Hey,
you probably just,
welcome, Brother John. Welcome to the panel, brother. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Prince.
oh yeah, salute to the brother, man. Most definitely. So let me go to that verse in the book of judgment real quick. And this is not to judge nobody or condemn a person for what they choose to do or charge their blood with. Where was I at? Book of judgment.
I mean, but I'm only asking because the OAHSPE it speaks about it, and so naturally, I'm a
You don't question it, yeah, that's all good.
yeah, find out what I could be missing something. What's the overstanding on it?
Yeah.
You
But
know,
the herb is
you,
it's just cook. If you cook anything, right? If you put fire to anything, it's gonna charge your blood in a certain way.
uh,
But I've tested it and proved it that to me it doesn't. Everybody's different. Like when I was eating a lot of animal flesh, and then I would,
uh,
partake in the cannabis, it would make me feel funny, make me feel paranoid and all of that. But once I purified my body and just started eating only herbs and vegetables and fruits, the whole chemistry of my body changed. My blood was charged in a more higher vibration, and it
Yeah.
actually opened up my mind in a positive
Mhm.
direction. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So that's just from my perspective. But it is a verse in the book of judgment that I want to pull up real quick.
you want me to get it?
Yeah. Hold on, let me find it in here. I
Okay.
believe it's the book of judgment, chapter 13, or is it? It's also in the book of discipline too, where it talks about whatever you charge your blood with, that's what your spirit is going to be charged with also.
hmm hmm
But you have the right to choose. You have the liberty to choose. Yes, I think it's chapter 12.
Book of
Let's
Judgment,
see.
chapter 12.
Uh-huh. Let me find it.
Chapter 12.
But purity is the highest light. That's never going to be argued. You know what I mean? Eventually, we got to master all the elements.
What you
Chapter
want?
12.
Chapter 12.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it. Hold on. It might be 13. Oh yeah, it's
Oh,
13.
Jamia, good point.
Chapter 13.
Look at what Jamia's. Look at what she says. No smoking in the land of Shalem. Yeah, that's right. I read that too.
Yeah, I
That
haven't read
sounds.
that. But yeah, that's it
Yeah.
though. I mean, like I said, purity, you can't argue with the fact that purity is the highest light. Whether you would choose to smoke cannabis or whatever, you know what I mean? The highest light is to be pure in all things and to conquer all the elements. Right.
Right.
So
Right.
I'm not here to be I'm not here to be an advocate of smoking anything.
Right. Right.
So it says in
I mean,
verse
I'm just trying
20,
to learn how
the
to look at it.
book of judgment chapter 13, down about
13.
uh-huh,
Chapter 13. Right.
drop down to verse 26.
Okay. According to our, let me increase the screen there. Okay. Chapter 26.
Mm.
You want verse 13? You said.
Yeah, you're right. That's right there. According to the atmosphere of things. Yep, you're right there.
Oh, okay. It says, verse 27. May the Heavenly Father bless the reading of His Word.
Start at verse 26. Start at verse 26.
Okay. According to the atmosphere of things, as to the purity and sweetness, behold, your Creator has fashioned them in relative ascent above the earth. That which stinks rests on the earth. That which is pure is upward and high.
See that? That's funny. Upward and high. No, I'm just playing.
Yeah.
But consider the place of the hails of the spirit of the dead and the weapons of warfare in their hands. And the corporean, as the corporean is to corpor, so is the spirit as to the atmosphere of the earth. O man of the earth, consider what thou puttest into thy mouth, and the atmosphere thereof is the food of thy spirit, and the habit thereof will be entailed on thy spirit for a long season after mortal death. If thou hast been a gross feeder on flesh, thy spirit will seek to linger in the atmosphere of gross feeders still dwelling on the earth. The slaughterhouse and the cookhouse and the eating house shall be the places of thy spirit's resort. So you're going to be bound to the lower heavens, right? And thy
Mm-hmm.
spirit shall feed therein and thereon, and thy companions shall be millions and millions of what? Druzes, like vultures that flock to a dead carcass, and thou cannot away, like a lodestone, are those haunts to the spirit of darkness. O man, verse 31, I have heard thee in thy fullness say, I must have my flesh foods. I must have my wine and my beer and my tobacco and my opium. I say unto thee,
America right there.
that's who?
America.
Oh man, come on, man. And the individuals thereof. The whole grade of our country is tobacco, wine, and beer, ain't it? And opium. He
Yeah.
said, I say unto thee, if thou hast not strength in this day, neither shalt thou have strength tomorrow. What
Wow.
strength shalt thou gain by the loss of thy corporeal body? So consider thy corporeal body as a ship in which thy spirit is sailing across a wide sea of water. Better that thy spirit learn to acquire strength while it has a corporeal body to ride in. After death, it floateth in the direction thou hast shaped it. Neither hast thou power to go against the current. Remember, O man, these are the lessons of thy Creator, which he gave unto thee, to learn to master the elements of thy surroundings. Stretch forth thy hand unto thy Creator, and swear to him, I will conquer every passion that is unclean, every habit not conducive to the purity of the growth of my spirit. This is the beginning of thy resurrection, and thou shalt be thine own judge and master. Okay. So we have to consider what we eat, what we smoke, what we drink, all of that. That's the beginning of resurrection, to master all of those things. So if a person likes to smoke now, they better understand that, boy, at some point in your life as a corporeal man or woman, you might want to overcome that, because when your spirit comes out of your corporeal body, bro, you just gonna float to wherever that your desires are carrying you to. And you're gonna be there for a long season. You still have to conquer it. If you're smoking weed now, when you cross over in spirit, you still have to develop to the point where you're done with that at some point. Like, cause like Jamia said, um, what she say? In Shalom, ain't no smoking going on. And even though OAHSPE College University, he says right here in the comments, purification is the first law. That's the OAHSPE, that's chapter 40 something in the book of Esra.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, purity is the highest law. I'm not here to promote or even talk bad about anybody who chooses whatever direction. But we know
Same
that it's the highest law is purity. But salute to my brother Selah, man. You know, it's all love.
Yeah. I'm glad you brought that out, man.
And it's
Because
more, it's deeper stuff to it too. Like I'm not saying that I know it all, but that I know that that purity is the highest light for sure.
Right. Wow, man. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that word.
All praises to the ever-present great
Hey,
spirit, man. He's raising us up.
you do something on your video, man, that I don't like.
What's
You
that?
you you be apologizing for you'll say things like talking too much. I don't
Yeah,
understand.
everybody has been telling me that too. I got a couple of friends that have been saying, bro, you got to stop saying that. You ain't the only person that told me
Yeah,
that. They were like,
yeah,
just let it flow, bro. Just go. I be so self-conscious, I don't ever like confusing people, man. I don't want to, but I'm getting more comfortable with just being myself
oh,
on camera.
you got that gift in you. I was telling you the other day, you was born to do what you're doing.
Thank you, brother.
You know what
Appreciate
I
you,
mean?
man. Yeah, I feel you, man. I just don't like, I'm getting over it now. The more I do it, I'm getting more, because we live in the generation of sound bites. So if I
Yeah,
say something wrong, somebody might sound bite that clip and they go viral. Oh, look what he said. He said this about. I have to tell Cosmon, I almost took a break from going live because I didn't want to confuse people. But Cosmo and Cal was like, bro, just keep going. You know,
No,
everything you're doing is healthy.
I remember reading in the OAHSPE where the creator, he basically said, let it hang out.
Uh-huh.
Let it hang out, man. As long as you coming from spirit and truth,
Yes,
you're not
sir.
gonna, you know what I mean? I
Mm-hmm.
read that, I forget. But it's like he's saying, don't you as long as you coming from spirit and truth, man, you just cannot go wrong.
You're right
You know,
about that, brother. Same to you too, man. I love what you're doing too, man. You bringing a lot of people together. You know what I mean? And we can all grow and learn and
they think it's for them. This is for me, man. You know, I'm trying to. I'm really vampiring on these brothers. You know,
you funny. That's hilarious.
I'm trying to live, man. You know,
Right.
I'm out here all isolated. You know, and
Mm-hmm.
you shoot, man.
Hey,
I'm living off you, brother. You
hey,
know,
where do you live at? Where you at?
I'm out here by the continent of Pan, man. Right out here, right out here on the ocean. I'm in South San Francisco.
Oh, I used to live in Daly City.
Oh man, I'm down the street. I'm 5 minutes from there.
Oh wow, man. That's one of the most beautiful.
How in the
Hey,
world? How in the world did you leave? You traded South Carolina for you traded California for South Carolina. How did
oh
that
man.
work?
Well, California didn't want me there. They had a warrant for my arrest and bounties on my head. I said, y'all must not want me here. So let me just go across the country, far away from y'all, because I ain't going back in that cage again. That's over with.
Oh yeah, I hear you there. I hear you there, man. Well, I might be in South Carolina pretty soon, man.
Hey, it's beautiful out here
It's
too.
like you can't hardly. I mean, everything is shut down around you. It's like I don't know how to describe it. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah,
really
it's expensive out there, man. Everybody can't nobody
yeah,
afford to live in San Francisco. You must got money, man.
yeah, man. It's outrageous, especially Daly City, man. You
Oh
know,
man. Hey, that's one of
but
the most beautiful places on the whole earth, though. I ain't gonna cap to
yeah,
you.
I admit that. I will admit that. Yeah.
I used to live on top of a cliff right over the Pacific Ocean, man.
Oh
Literally.
man, I think was you over there up near what's the name of that street? Uh, was you over there near the Great Highway?
I was by Highland College, um, and it's a community college out there. But I was actually out there as a missionary when I was in the whole Hebrew thing. Even though I still consider myself an Israelite, just of
Yeah,
Yesarol, the righteous
me
ones.
too. Yeah.
But I was out there teaching Hebrew at a church, and I was on a mission, and literally, man, they gave me a room in this church building that was stationed right across, right on the cliff, looking at the ocean, right over the ocean, man. Most
Oh yeah.
beautiful sunrises and sunsets. The only thing I didn't like was when the wind would kick up on the ocean and it would shake that whole little church, man. I'd be we'd be in there like we about to get blown off the cliff right now.
The other day, I felt the earthquake. I
I believe
was
it.
talking to Gnostic warrior, man, and that's the only thing, man, I don't like about being out here because you have to wet your pants when them things hit, man. I don't
Yeah,
care who you think you are. That is,
yeah. That earth shaking underneath your feet. You think the Etherean angels finna sink the rest of the pan right next to you, man.
I'm
Yes,
telling you.
sir.
Other than that, but yeah, it is. They it's really
It's beautiful
degrading.
out here.
I would say, you can just walk in the store and just grab stuff out here, and
Hmm.
all that happened to you. And they got, yeah. They
Wow.
call them flash mobs, where they
Hmm.
just now the most famous street out there in downtown San Francisco. It's like nearly all of the stores are closed
Wow.
because it's just that crazy,
Hmm. Yeah,
trying
that's
financially, you can get a studio for about $3,000 a month.
oh, I know. That's why I was so happy. I didn't have to pay nothing when I was out there because I was on mission.
Yeah.
But yeah, my first wife and I thought we were going to buy something out there, and I started looking at them. I'm like, ain't no way, ain't no way, man. But South Carolina is affordable. That's the one thing I like being out here. I mean, gas prices are still $3. You know, you can buy land
Oh,
out here you can get an acre of land for $5,000 if you have it. You know what I mean?
and that's something. Isn't that something, man? And
Yeah,
I love
man.
stormy weather, and I love stormy weather, man. I know y'all get a lot of that too.
Oh yeah, we had a lightning storm yesterday. I was playing my guitar all through the lightning storm, man, just trying to soak up the energy.
Oh, that
Yeah,
sounds out of sight, man. That sounds out of sight.
yes,
But
sir.
California's got a hold on me for some reason, and
Yeah,
it's got a certain flavor. California and Arizona. If for some
mm,
reason they got a hold on me, you know.
yeah. I'm a
But
Cali boy through and through. I love California too. That's my home. But at the end of the day, I got to be where I can survive. You know.
yeah,
And either I'm gonna be in prison in California, or I'm gonna be broke and struggling and frustrated. So,
Mhm.
but
I've
yeah,
never been, but I've always wanted to go there. Um,
you
Go
never been
where?
to California?
yeah, I've never been, but I always wanted to go there.
Oh yeah, it's beautiful.
Well, well, well. Get with me, Ace and F.
Hmm.
Okay.
And if you serious, let's work to have you come out.
All
I'll
right.
show
Yeah.
you around.
I'm gonna hold you to it. I'm
Okay.
gonna hold you to
No,
it.
no, I'm serious. I'm for real.
All right.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? We can do a live. Oh, that would be
Oh
out of
man.
sight, man. No, I'm serious though.
Oh, yeah, you
You know.
dead serious. I can tell you serious about that.
Oh yeah, yeah. Uh huh.
Where do
I'm
you live,
right out.
Ace and Where you at on the planet?
In Ohio.
Oh, Dave Chappelle State. Okay.
Yeah. Lakewood,
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's where I
Ohio.
was. I'm from Cincinnati. You know,
Yeah.
so
Hmm.
Yeah.
I had to get the hell out of. Now, somebody said something interesting the other day. One of y'all was talking about Ohio is the seat of the creator or something like that, or who was
Um.
saying that?
Yeah.
You remember?
So,
Because
Jehovah is
Ohio, it sounded
Ohio.
like some.
EOI.
You know,
Yep. EOI.
Ohio is like EO.
EOI. EOI.
Hmm.
EOI.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
Or is that
So the
Iowa? That's
No.
Iowa, ain't it?
No. It's Ohio.
Oh, it's Ohio too,
It's
yeah.
Ohio. Yeah. It's
And then
It's like even like with the Mormons, like they know like this is like they call it like his name, like they say that's out of America. His spirit is in Ohio.
wow, that's
really.
beautiful.
Yep.
I love it. I love it. It's all his country, but yes, that's beautiful.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, my apologies, man, to Fritz and Jamia.
For
They
what?
live to Washington D.C.
Chocolate City.
They live close. Fritz is saying me and Jamia, him and Jamia, they live close to Maryland and D.C. Anywhere near that area, man. My condolences. It's like, I don't see how a man could do it. That's pretty expensive area too. Man, John,
Hmm.
hey John, are you there? I can't believe that you ain't said nothing yet. Are you there, John? He's on the platform. Oh, he muted his mic. So, all right. Well, shoot, man. If you want to come on, if you can hear me and you want to come on, brother, go ahead. Hey,
It's all love.
Prince. Hey, man.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So don't. Hey, man. Don't ever apologize, man, for speaking too much, man. you know.
Okay, yeah, no, I appreciate that, man. That gave me a lot of confidence, man, because like I said, a lot of the people have been telling me that same thing for a while.
Yeah.
Um,
You just let it hang out, brother. Just let the spirit come
and
out,
like
man.
I say, if I ever say something that don't resonate, y'all can feel free to correct me anytime. You know what I mean? I
You
know
got
it's a lot of
you got
it's a
StreamYard.
I'm you said what?
You got StreamYard now too, don't you?
Yeah, I got to get a laptop still so I can put the words on the screen. I just been reading from the book. But I know I'm new to OAHSPE. I've only been on OAHSPE since Shebrew was around, which is about 2 years ago.
Uh
So I don't, sometimes I talk with authority, but I don't necessarily have all of the information. I'm new to it. I know it's a lot of OAHSPE
yeah.
scholars that probably listen to me like, he's so off.
Oh,
Uh,
let me say it, man.
Because
That's
it's
I
like
mean,
what you just said that the creator gonna fill in the blanks.
Hmm.
right, right, right.
Most definitely.
Yeah,
I'm
I
so
get a
glad.
kick out. I get a kick out of listening to you. I mean, you don't. I'll hear 3 hour difference usually over with by the time I um
Go
by
on.
the
Yeah.
time by the time you're off by the time I get up.
Yeah. Today I was on the same time as you. Actually, I came in your room and then I went
Uh-huh.
out and I read through the book of Judgment chapter 14 or 14, and then I came back in cuz
What did you?
like I said, huh?
I was going to ask you. So what was you talking about? What did
Uh
you
it
bring
was on
out?
in OAHSPE in chapter 13 of OAHSPE or 14 in Judgment. It brings out the course of resurrection, the two courses, whether you're going to choose to be celibate or choose to marry. And in choosing to marry, if you choose to marry, well, the celibate man has a faster route to the higher heavens because he doesn't have anything bounding him to the lower heavens as far as children or family, right? So
Uh,
they become brides and bridegrooms to Jehovah a lot faster than a man who chooses to take a family, right? But in either case, you still have to live a life of purity.
right,
And
right,
so
right,
it talked about that, and then it talked about considering the spouse that you choose, their spirit, whether not just the fact that they don't eat meat, or their purity concerning the flesh, but
right,
also their purity in spirit, right? When you're choosing
right,
a spouse, right? And that's very important because when you have offspring, um, those offsprings take on uh the same energy that you bring, right? So, or of your spouse. So yeah, that was very, very encouraging to know. And like I say, we kind of know these things already inherently from Jaja. You don't have to read that in the book to kind of know. Like, let me make
right,
sure the spirit of my spouse is righteous.
right,
But it that's just what that chapter was talking about.
right,
So I
right.
just read through it. I just kind of read through it and kind of put my little 2 cents here and there, um, in my own
Yeah,
little way.
just just let it hang out, brother.
Yeah,
That's
man.
all.
I'm
You
definitely.
know.
You encourage me so much, man. I'm glad that you actually enjoy what I'm doing because, a lot of times you don't really get. I don't get a lot of feedback. The people that I'm around, they're so engulfed in King James Version Bible that when I start bringing up OAHSPE, they're like, "What is that? Is that some witchcraft book or what are you talking about?"
Right,
So I've been fighting. I've been trying to explain even to my immediate family, my mom and my dad. They're finally coming to the point where they're like, "Okay, we know that that's not necessarily evil book because every time he reads it." It's something positive coming out of it. You know what I mean? But
right,
at first,
right.
I had just the name Jehovah. That was a big deal.
Uh,
So
Brother Yaquab, Gnostic Warrior is saying something about he want to get in the chat, but I don't know if you let him in or not.
yeah, I did. I thought I did. I
It said he
I
wanted to
clicked him.
share
I clicked
something.
him on. I clicked him
salute,
on, but he had his mic muted.
Okay.
salute to the brother,
I don't know if he knew he had his mic muted. Hey, Gnostic, Gnostic, just come click on the link. Come back in.
and
Hey, Mahal,
salute to Youngstown, Ohio. I didn't know that's where my big sister Mahalia Naturals is.
I went to. That's where I went to
Y'all in the
college.
same city. I mean, the same state.
That's
um,
where I went to college. Well, it was close by.
Youngstown.
Kent State. It's in Ashtabula. It's right next to Youngstown. So I'm very familiar with that area. Hey, Gnostic. I don't know. We might have lost him.
Yeah, he just
I seen him backstage. I clicked him in,
yeah
but
just posted at 10:37. It's 10:41.
well, I oh shoot, man! I'm just now seeing a private chat. I wanted to share something in live. I don't know if he's still in the room. I clicked him on. I don't, Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, John, can you hear me? Can you hear me, John?
Yeah,
Oh, okay. How you doing, brother?
pretty good, pretty good. On my way to work
Good.
as usual. Yeah. Um.
You got to
Yeah.
get off that plantation, man.
Yeah, man. It's hard, man. I'm paying a mortgage. I'm the
Yeah, I
only
hear
in
you.
the house. You know what I'm saying? Light, gas. That's a lot. That's a lot of stress, man. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah, yeah, I hear you.
yeah, kids take care of and stuff like that. But yeah. With the like with me, I'm not against that WASP. You know what I'm saying? I've read it. I've been I've been hip to the WASPE for like 5-6 years now. So it's you know what I'm saying, it's nothing new to me. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, it's good things in the book. You know what I'm saying? I'm not taking away anything from it. I mean, one of the things I love about the WASPE, it says that the creator is against warfare. So it doesn't matter who's doing, if whoever thinks who's doing the good side or the bad side, he's against both of it. I'm saying, so
Right.
that's
Right.
one of the things that really stands above all so-called religious books, because all these religious other texts is for bloodshed, saying, oh, this guy's gonna bring judgment and vengeance, he's gonna come back with this destruction, all this type of shit or whatever. And
Right.
WASPE is above that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Uh,
that's beautiful.
I was just bringing the other information. You know what I'm saying? Things that correlates with their WASPE. You know what I'm saying? Things that saying like I was explaining yesterday with the Egyptian Book of the Dead. The Egyptian was saying that they don't pray to any type of deities or anything like that. They're saying that this deity that they believe in is way beyond man's comprehension. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
No man knows what this being is, what this being is. So
Mm.
you know what I'm saying, as time has went on, man de-evolved from that. They knew what the creator was, but they de-evolved from it and started taking on these forms of idol worship and saying, well, since these priests are in tune with nature, in tune with the creator, you know what I'm saying? That's when they start saying, okay, well, since I have the highest authority, you have to go through me. And that's another form of with idolatry. Like when Jesus says, the only way you can get to the Father is through me. But no, that's a lie, because I have a direct connection with the Father, with the Creator. I don't have to go through a middleman. That's no different than when you're a drug dealer. You know what I'm saying? You trying to get to that connect, and you got to go to the middleman. Like, no, let's cut the middleman out. You know what I'm saying? Me go straight to the source. You're not gonna mess up my money. You know what I'm saying? So,
Hmm.
you know what I'm saying? You can look at it in that aspect. You know what I'm saying? It's different. It's different ways you can come about it. But what I had just put in the chat, you know what I'm saying? I just got a book in the mail today. I'm constantly reading, you know what I'm saying, just different information. You know what I'm saying? Just to uh keep my awareness um where I need to be. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to become stagnant, you know what I'm saying, and be stuck the same thing. But this book I got in the mail today, this is a black author wrote this book, and he's talking about those camps, those Hebrew Israelite camps, right? And this is a book that he wrote called Those Lying Bastards, the So-Called Hebrew Israelites, right? And the author's name is Robert L. Anderson. I just got this book in the mail today, and I'm on page what is this? Page 16, right? I'm reading this, but he's going to the camps. And one of the first camps that he's exposing is IUIC, the them purple ass niggas, the Power Rangers,
Hmm.
them purple road ass niggas. So
Yeah, yeah.
he's going through this stuff, right? And he's breaking this stuff down. And he came across 'cause you know those camps they are really big into uh what do you call it, recruiting people, like going in this camp or whatever. But he came across, you all can check this out right now. When I watched this video, I said, what the hell is this? Because those camps are so big on, we need to go back to Africa. We need to pack up, leave America. It's Babylon. But but for those who are, uh, uh, I'm not gonna say ignorant, but who doesn't know any better, you know what I'm saying? When they join these camps and they start spewing out these false doctrines, and people they get attached to it, you know what I'm saying? Because they want to be a part of a following, and they say we need to pack up and leave America. It's Babylon, and we need to go back to Africa and go to the wilderness, but they never tell you what it is. But for those who are not, you know what I'm saying, well versed in other languages, you know what I'm saying, you go to these different countries, you don't know the laws and customs and languages, you are setting yourself up for failure to be killed by the slaughter. So there's a video, if you all have time to come, if you all come across it, there's a guy by the name of what is this guy's name? Okay, his name is Joshua Bahia, but he goes by the name General Butt Naked, right?
What?
Yes, this is the guy who was in Libya, right? And he was a right? And it says this here. It says that he was one of the most feared and violent figures in Liberia's bloodiest civil wars. It says he was known for notoriously sacrificing, and by his own admission, cannibalizing children, as well as going to battle naked, apart from shoes and a gun. So if you all get a chance, just type this in on YouTube, General Butt Naked, and this is the guy that's in Liberia. I know the name
Oh
sound
no,
the name will throw you off. 'Cause when I heard, I said, "What the hell is this shit?" General Butt Naked. I'm like,
bro, I am not. No.
I'm like, I ain't into that type of shit. But when you click on the video, he's not actually naked. That's just a name that he took upon himself because
Right.
you know what I'm saying, he was so high up in authority with the civil wars over there in Liberia. You know what I'm saying? He took up on those names, and different people take upon different names. Like
Mm.
one Liberian civil war lord was he went by the name of Ben Laden, right? So they took him on these different names. But when you see the video, you're gonna see that these number of black folks going to war amongst each other, and
Mm-hmm.
the government over there. If you think the United States of America government is brutal, no. If you take your ass over there, their
Oh yeah.
laws it's no laws over there. I'm talking
Mhm.
about when you watch this video, there was a group of white people that went over there and they wanted to interview a guy who was locked up. They had locked him up. So they paid money to get him out. But before they was able to get him out, they had to bribe the police officers to get this man out of jail. So once they got him out of jail, they're talking on the street. He's giving them the info on the rundown, like, look, this is how it is over in Liberia. The government doesn't care about us. If you see, like towards the beginning, you're gonna
You
see
might
that
not want to type that in there, Yaquab. It might bring up some other stuff.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that's a
Something
good
from the
point.
dark
yeah,
Yeah,
don't
web.
judge right now.
yeah, that's right.
Yeah, because it's
Well,
it's
let me
it's brutal, man. You see
let me
like
click off of it and do it in private and see if it
you see the
does. If it doesn't, then
you see
I'll
the
put it
you
up.
see the you see the children. You see the children that's like probably like 9 or 10 years old, armed with semi-automatic rifles, talking about
Oh right,
gunning niggas.
that's true.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They're gunning niggas down, and they telling you like, "Hey, we sacrificing our children." Like they come out their own mouth and say, "Hey, we'll kill you and we'll eat you." That's cannibalism. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like when we hear about like what happened with Europe, like how they was in poverty, like they was so run down in poverty, like the sewage was backed up, right? They was throwing they trash out in the streets all over like that, over there. So once they had got the guy out of jail, he had took him to his hometown where he lives, right? So she's showing him where he lives at, and he had took him to a place called West Point over there in Liberia. And it is so crowded and congested. Like who's ever afraid of like being in small spaces, claustrophobia, that's how congested it is over there. It's so packed with people, and
Mm-hmm.
then the streets is nothing but sewage and raw sewage and human feces, and people is walking around in this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like it's the everyday normal thing.
Mm-hmm.
It is.
I saw this video where this lady was saying that everybody was telling her to go to Africa, and she did. She went and got like a dual passport, and she went over there. And she said when she got there, those people treated, and she's black. She said those people treated her so bad.
Mhm.
And she said everything is like so expensive and they charge her like for everything. And she said the people just treat her like so bad over there. But I've heard a lot of people say this guy got a channel called Go Black to Africa. And at first he was advocating for it and he went over there and lived. And now he's like, nope, that was a bad mistake. Don't do it. Go back to America. So it is something with that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I would say to myself. Look, I don't give a shit how I don't give a shit what good parts of Africa they show you. I'm keeping my black ass right in America because I don't know
Mhm.
nothing about Africa. I don't have
Right.
family members that's from Africa. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't think it's.
people are
I
so
think it's a
intrigued with
scam. Yeah.
yeah, people are so intrigued with Egypt, the pyramids. Okay, forget about Egypt and go to this place I'm talking about right now, and I bet you the amount of money you want. Egypt will be the last thing upon your mind. Looking at these
You're
people
right.
conditions, they are.
Mm,
I'm
Yes.
talking about they are in the gutter. Talking about
mm,
poverty, talking about lowest of the lowest.
Mm-hmm.
So
mm.
you know what I'm saying. I will refuse. I will refuse to give up from where I'm living at right now. I know I live in a ghetto right now, but shit, compared to what they living in, nah, I think I'll take my chance over here. Cause
Mm-hmm.
you can't blame the white man. It's nothing but straight black on black crime. And them shorties over there is gunning niggas down. They don't give a
You're
shit
right.
what age.
Yep,
They what
they're giving them little boys AK-47s and all kind of ammo at, like you say, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 years old, and
yeah,
they're teaching them to gun people down like it's the righteous thing to do. You
yeah,
know,
they gunning niggas down.
it's worse than Bloods and Crips
Oh
It's in
yeah.
the
over
book,
there.
but it's the book of Revelation, because the book of Revelation says that the abyss will open up. And the abyss is what comes out of the abyss, locusts. And that's what's happening at
Mhm,
Abydos is
mhm.
in Africa. Abydos, it's some people would pronounce it the abyss. And that's what I was telling Brother Yaquab one time about the Abydos tablets, because it talks about the beginning and Egypt and like the creations there and different things over there. But in it's in like the Britain Museum. But that's what's happening right now. It's like those lands they're in like a bubbling up, like they're coming out, and they are coming out with that fury of just kill everybody, we'll
It's
kill
the beast
everything that,
system.
yeah, like everything that looks like us, and anybody that get in our way, they have like that bloodshed, thirsty mind.
Mm, mm, mm. Yeah, we gotta raise the vibration of this whole planet, man. The faithists are the light of the whole world, man. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Through doing righteous acts unto others, we gonna keep talking about how the Creator is not with the wars. He ain't with the bloodshed. He ain't sanctioning none of that. You
Mm-mm.
know, we the false gods are inspiring all of that stuff. That ain't coming from the Father of all, or nor from the righteous gods and goddesses.
Mm-mm.
You know,
Yeah.
so
I
man,
think I remember. I recognize your voice, brother. And like I said, when I come on these lives, you know what I'm saying. When I do things like this, uh, I know a lot of people. I'm not trying to bring Starnetter's channel down, but like you know what I'm saying. I can see like when we was bringing the WASPE on there, you know what I'm saying, and we tell them
mm,
like, look, the creator is nothing but love, man. He's not with that bloodshed and shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
right,
And it's like he was hearing it, but he wasn't hearing it. Like, dude, like if you for the people, I'm not, you know what I'm saying? I'm not with that. I'm not with the debates, you know, that type of shit or whatever. I always say to myself,
mm,
what is this accomplishing? What is this proving? What is this getting done? Because it's
mm,
nothing but division and chaos. Nothing's getting solved. I mean,
right,
if you look at Steiner, he's been doing this shit for damn near what, 20, 30 years now on the streets talking this shit, and nothing has gotten better. This
right.
nigga, he's in the hearts of Harlem. He's in the ghetto, and he's on the streets talking black power, black power. But dude, you've been preaching this shit for years,
Mhm.
look at your condition. You still in the same condition you in. So you know what I'm
Yeah.
Yeah.
saying?
He
Like
definitely wasn't. He definitely Sonetta wasn't ready for the Creator Gang to come through there and just tear
hell
everything
no,
up.
hell no, man.
He
You weren't,
never
you weren't ready,
prophesied that. That Negro did
you
not
weren't ready for
know.
that shit, man. And you
Yeah.
know what? To be honest with you, bro, I don't know if it's true because the shit I was dropping on him. Cause you know, I know for a fact, you know what I'm saying. Sign is about money, man.
Yeah.
Money, money, money.
Oh yeah, you can tell that.
Drop a cash out. Do the donation. You know what I'm saying? About money, money, money. But I'm coming on like, hey man, it's more than just goddamn money, bro.
Right.
And you've been preaching this shit for years. And look at your growth rate. Your growth rate. Look at your channel. Your channel. It's
But you
still
Hmm.
have
the
to
same.
know some of them are agents of confusion. They're
Oh yeah.
agents,
Hmm.
they are there to sow the seeds to keep people from learning the truth and to keep them
Yeah.
in that flesh vibration of, oh yeah, we're the people, we're going to be delivered, we're going to rule and reign and kill people, and
Yeah,
but
that's
that's
crazy.
a low vibration mindset, but it
Yeah.
it 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 feeds to the spirit that's in you, because if that kind of information is what you're after, then you are
Hmm.
that person that's going to always be standing on the corner yelling and screaming and hollering until the
Yeah.
police come and lock
Yeah.
you up and take you away.
Yeah,
Exactly. That shit is so
or until
time.
we come on there and show the higher light and just keep moving, because that's all
No,
you
because
can do. Because
they're not going to accept the higher light. If that's the vibration they're on, they can't even hear the higher light, because they're looking for somebody to come and avenge them for something
Mhm.
that they don't even know that they're being avenged for.
For. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's all chaos. They are it's agents of chaos over there, and that's why I stay away from it for the
Yeah.
most part too. Except for when the gang go, I mean, I support the faithists, but
Yeah,
Yeah.
as
yeah.
far as just the
I stopped
arguing,
going in
that's
as well,
crazy.
man. I stopped going in as well. And like I said, I believe I believe he blocked me. Because I tried going in a couple of times, you know what I'm saying? And when I go
Oh
in there,
yeah,
I get kicked
he
right out.
he,
You know
he
what I'm
does
saying?
that.
So I know for a fact that he blocked me because the shit I was bringing, like, hey, man, I'm bringing different shit he ain't never heard of. I'm like, you know what I'm saying? Like, especially with them camps. Like, look, man, these camp ass niggas, they deceiving people. They sending niggas off. You know what I'm saying? And
It's getting bad.
Because
this ain't
half
what
of
it
those
is.
camps have a 501
Yeah.
3C.
Right, they
So they
sold
they're
out.
not,
Yep.
yeah, they're not gonna let you mess their money up.
And
Right.
Sarnet is big. This is how it is with Sarnet. I done peeped this game already. Okay. One minute he's against the camps, right? He's against them, like, hey, don't trust them camps. They this, that, and the third. And
Hmm.
then here comes the next. You one way
Oh, the
or
brother
you're not
broken.
at all. You know what I'm saying? I'm not with that. You know what I'm saying? So I see right through that bullshit. I'm like, okay, I already see what this nigga's on. He's about money, money, money. And then, you know what I'm saying, especially like with this, like with the past event that just ended, like with Polite, with the child molestation shit or whatever, right? You know what I'm saying? And like
Mm-hmm.
he was saying, like yeah, signing it, he knew about that shit. He's just trying to sweep that shit in the world. Like he didn't know what's
Mm-hmm.
on my channel. I exposed that shit to like, hey man, if you niggas don't think that I exposed polite ass too, like, yeah, he ain't he
Gnostic warrior, you're breaking up. We can't hear what you're saying.
okay, I'm on my way to work. I should be in about 5 minutes, then I will continue where I left off. So y'all can go ahead, keep on chopping it up. I'll
Salute,
get back in.
salute to you, big brother, man. The peace of the creator stay with you always, man.
Yes.
Yeah, man. That's craziness.
Yeah, it's
He
like a lot
said,
of them,
he
like a lot of
said,
their
General butt
channels,
naked. What?
but a lot of their channels you go on and they're about confusion and just like that vibration of keeping um arguments going between each other.
Mm-hmm.
um I was watching
Yes.
I was watching this one guy and he was talking about the this thing with Kendrick Lamar and Drake, and it's so much that same energy of like Tupac and Biggie, like everybody's pitting each other against each other, but they don't even realize like these people, they're not on the same thing. Like they're not trying to ascend. This is their world, their kingdom. They love that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they do
Yes.
anything. They do anything for clout. This it's all about just being seen. It's not about learning anything or actually growing in a higher light. And
Mm-mm.
that's all it is. And when you notice that, the creator will tell you straight up, like they're not trying to grow. So you might as well just let it go.
Yeah, I'll never get over it. I'll never get over that energy where people love to live vicariously through the problems of other people,
Mm-hmm.
and I I'll never be able to get over that because it's so successful. It works every time if you want to. I mean, it's like people. I believe in this reality that they have a a spider's sense that there's a decline going on. I know that people are looking for spiritual answers. This creator, he said that we're gonna. This is the time where people were going to look for. We're going to turn to spirituality more and more,
Mm-hmm.
but it seems like the false gods are not going to give up. I mean, because you got to admit, in this day and age, people they got a lot to talk about to distract from thinking about the thinking about hereafter and
Mm-hmm.
spirituality and eternity and but it's a terrible shame
Yeah.
that I've had to I know I've had to separate from brethren. I learned the OAHSPE taught me that how unprofitable that type of energy is, always, talking about people and what they've done wrong and somebody messed up here. And that's one of the first things that I learned. And I've tried to point that out to some brethren, and you can't be heard. That's why I like to get on here and talk to brethren and like to try to get them to think, man, if you got faith, if you got the ability to believe, man, you got to give thanks, because we come into a time, like you brethren were saying, where we're coming to a fast conclusion. I believe we are coming to a fast conclusion. What I mean by that, I'm talking about World War III. I'm talking about World War III because I remember reading the Creator. He said he was going to reduce the numbers of the Druges. So he, to me, that means he's talking about a mass depopulation of Druges to prepare the way for the kingdom on earth.
It wouldn't be World War III, and I'm going to tell you why I think that's not correct. It's because this earth is a functional system, and the Creator is not going to destroy it. But what He could do is, as you said, he knows how to depopulate you. He knows how to shut your spirit off. This is why some people will say, well, they were 30 years old and they just didn't wake up, or they died. He knows how to shut your spirit off. He has that far-sighted wisdom where he knows you're not going to ascend, you're not going to do differently.
Well, I also read where he sank a continent.
Yeah, but and that's true.
My point is that,
but it won't destroy the whole world. Like,
right?
No. I mean, you have to, just for the sake of conversation. I think World War III, in other words, to define a depopulation that the Creator, I think he's going to allow it. I like what I think it was what you said earlier, Prince, about how there's not good or evil. You're just ripe or unripe.
Yeah, and the Creator prunes us. He prunes all of us. Even the gods and goddesses, the righteous gods and goddesses. We all have to get pruned up by the Creator. You know what I mean? And that's all it is. He's just gonna prune the tree of life, and that meaning all of humanity. That's just how I feel about it. But yeah, we in a time now where
that makes so much sense.
Yeah, he just
pruning it. About Sonetter, man. I got the same spider sense when some of the base, make sure use the donation button. Hit the donation button.
You're not gonna leave that out. That's the one thing you're not gonna leave out. Hit the cash up. Hit the cash up.
Yeah.
I know that's on his channel. He does that. That's on Sonetta's channel. That's on his buddy's channel, Reggie. He does it. That's on Ank's channel. They all do it, and they all tell us we for the people. No, you're not for the people, nigga. You for self.
Yeah, right. That's one thing. That's one thing. Creator, he given me the type of spirit where it seems like when I want to find out if somebody's real or not, I look at their character, whether his word has weight in somebody's life. It helps me to learn that we live, like I was saying earlier, we live in a reality where people, they look at, like Christianity teaches people to look at the Creator through Jesus Christ, like fire insurance. And it really vexes me, because people, like in this day and age, this present time that we're in, a lot of people are talking about Jesus Christ because they sense that that the world is going to war. And so you go and look on any video and people are talking about believe in the Lord, and all these John 3:16 verses come out, and it's a terrible thing because people don't know that they deceived themselves. And I think the Creator, he always knew that this was going to be the case. And so he allows people, to me, he allows people to deceive themselves, meaning all you got to do is talk about Jesus Christ, wear a cross,
right.
or
The
mention of.
lookership of it all.
Say what now?
I said the outward lookership of it all. Just it
Yeah,
gives people a false sense of security that it's all gonna
yeah,
be good. And then when they cross over in spirit and they get approached by a false Lord or Savior or God in the name that took on the name of Jesus, right?
uh,
They, they,
uh,
they become sadly a slave to that person for many years, maybe thousands of
yeah,
years before they realize, you know. I believe it's in OAHSPE. Another reason why I love OAHSPE so much is because it is a practical guidebook to the spiritual world. So,
yeah,
and you know what I mean. That's the thing about it. But there's one section in there where it talks about how they cross over in spirit, and they still looking for Jesus, or they say they want to go to
yeah,
Brahma, and then the preachers of those false gods and lords show them a false Jesus, and they still believe it. They take that as that's actually him. You know what I mean? And
yeah,
that, to me, I could never be a slave, not in mortality nor in S. You know what I mean? That's why I love that the creator gave us a practical way using OASP to understand these things of the unseen. You know what I mean? So we
yeah,
can prepare, we can cross over now, we can cross over fearless without having no qualms of a Lord or Savior or God, but we know Creator is all in all, and we are a part of Him, both the
mm,
seen part and the unseen part. But
yeah.
with
That
that being
ties
said,
in.
y'all, it's 11:08 in South Carolina, and I'm gonna get ready to get in this bed, you guys. So I just want to send you guys my love and my life, much respect to everybody in the chat.
Thank
D,
you,
I love y'all
brother.
so much, man. You guys have no idea how much
Yes,
light y'all bring to my life.
same
So
Okay,
here.
well, brother, I'll see you online, man. Greater
yeah,
willing.
yeah, yes, sir. I'll be back. I just posted a video. You can check that one out too. You can like and share it if you like. And yeah, I'll see you guys soon.
All right, brother. Shalom, man. Peace, love, and
Yes, sir.
Shalom,
light.
brother. Peace,
Take
love.
care.
Wisdom,
Light.
power, and love. All right.
Yeah,
Yeah, that what he just
he
said,
made
that ties into that what he just said about the when people cross over in spirit and they expect to see Jesus, that ties right into the book I'm talking about. It's called 30 Years Among the Dead. And when people were dying and they were crossing over, you know what I'm saying? It was people who was caught up in the church, and they were expecting to see Jesus on the other side. And when the spirits of the dead, they will come, like their own family members would come to them like, look, you're looking for Jesus. There's nobody here by that name to come deliver you, come save you. You're nothing but you're surrounded by nothing but family and friends. We're here to take you and uplift you so you can evolve to the next level. You know what I'm saying? That Jesus stuff and that church stuff, it's saying over in the spirit world, it's that stuff don't fly over here. You know what I'm saying? Those people, man, were so caught, they were so caught up in confusion and chaos. You know what I'm saying? Like if you ever seen a movie called Ghost, right? Whoopi Goldberg back in the day, and
Mm-hmm.
it's that same setup scenario. Like you know what I'm saying? Somebody who's able to who's a medium, who's able to contact spirits of the dead and they can talk and see them. That's the same thing what was happening in this book, 30 Years Among the Dead. Like people's family members would come to them, like, look, my family members in a room, but the person who died, their loved ones can't see them. So the only one who can see them is the medium. You know what I'm saying? And they're telling like, look, your loved one, he's right here, standing right here, but he's talking to you, but you can't see or hear him. And he's telling you that this Jesus stuff about being saved through Jesus' name, he's telling you like, look, I'm in the spirit world and you haven't crossed over yet. So what you think you're looking for, you're not going to get it when you cross over. You know what I'm saying? So he's giving you the heads up warning, like, look, this is what it is right now. So you won't be so confused when you cross over. You're gonna be looking for something that's not gonna be there. You know what I'm saying? And it can be somebody who can take on the form and figure and to see, like, look, hey, I'm Jesus, I'm your Savior and Lord, and he can take you to whatever kingdom, you know what I'm saying, he feels as though you're fit to go to. Like, hey, you've been believing in me so for all these years. Hey, why not go with me? You don't know where this deity is taking you. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
it's this guy. His name is Damon T. Berry. He was some type of movie producer. He used to make like these alien movies, but he said that he had an encounter with he's I don't know I don't know what happened. No, he said him and his cousin. He said his cousin was like this really religious guy. He used to go to church all the time, and his cousin asked him to go to church with him one night. And he said when they were leaving the church, he said he started seeing like, I guess he was seeing like the auras of people. He said he was looking at people and he could see like this light around them. And he started looking around and he said he was seeing angels like everywhere sitting on the poles, like the light poles, everything. He said, and he started crying. He said his cousin called his mother and was like, cousin Damon, he's having like I forget the word he used, but it's like when a person like having a spiritual awakening. And he was like, because he said the cousin stopped his car and he got out the car and he was crying. But the short of the longest, he did this 8-part series and it's on Amazon. It's called The Knowledge of Forever Time. And he was encountering all of these false gods, and his story is so much like the book of OAHSPE, because he goes like he talks to Isis, like all the way back to Egypt. And he even in his this videos he was making, he talks about the crop circles and how what they mean and what the hieroglyphics mean. And it's like it's so profound that like he's not lying, the stuff that he's talking about, because he also had like a nervous breakdown behind it after he did it. But he was talking about Jesus and he was saying that he had met Jesus, he had met Allah, he had met Yahweh. And he said he said he had never read the Bible in his life, but he said after that happened to him, he read the Bible. And he said, and he knew that it was a creator that was higher than the God that we knew, like the God that we go to church and worship. And in who he had encountered was Jehovah, but he didn't call him Jehovah. He called him the Almighty. And he said, but he had encountered him. But this his if you watch it, it's like 8 parts to it, and they're probably like maybe 30 or 40 minutes a piece. It's so profound because he talks about like the stargates and the portals, and it's just like so much that he gets involved in, that he talks about. It was really, really crazy. uh
What's
Jamia,
the name of the show again?
it's The Knowledge of Forever Time. It's 8 parts. His name is Damon, like
And so
Damon.
this based on true story.
Oh yeah, yeah. He's definitely like he uh he was like this guy. He was like a writer, like a guy who did movies, like he was a producer. So but when this happened to him, he started trying to make these movies, and he was going through so much. Like Hollywood was blackballing him, and he was saying like the CIA was like coming into his house, like tearing his house up. They put him in a crazy house. Like it was so much going on with him. But those stories, they took the rights to them, but it's 8 parts to them. And it's called The Knowledge of Forever Time. And he goes into like these gods, like he met all of them and he talked to them, like he they gave him so much information. And when you're watching it, it's like, and I had never even knew anything about the OAHSPE back then, but when I was watching this, it was like my this was right around the time when I found these videos. It's right around the time when I started like in looking into the Hebrew Israelite community. And so much of what I was learning from this guy, it was like it was just like the things that Isis was telling him, how he was talking to Allah. He was like, he talks about even being like raped by these false gods because he said he wouldn't worship them. He was like, he had started writing um like this book about the true God, Jehovah. He says, and they wanted him to worship them, and he said they raped him. The false gods raped him. He said they tried to kill him. It was so much. But what he was saying, like he was showing how the Olmec heads. He brought out things about like the mounds in Ohio. stargates, the portals. He was talking about the sun is really a stargate. He was talking about how mankind was able to travel through the sun. He was saying, like, when we look at the pictures of Jesus in the church, people see the cross and they think it's because he hung on a cross. But he was saying that it's really, when we're looking at that circle with the cross in the middle, it's really a stargate. And he talked about he said he had went to Egypt, and while he was there, he he kissed the pyramid. He said when he kissed it, he said it was like somebody shocked him with an electric, like he had a powerful electric shock and it knocked him out. He was blacked out for like 2 or 3 days. And he said like the false gods came and told him it's something in the pyramids, like the power in the pyramids, like for humans. That if we touch them or if we, because it is something with our DNA. He was pretty much saying like that was encoded with the pyramids, and that's why they don't, the governments and stuff don't want people really around them and things like that. But he said after that happened, like he was able to really like have he was able to speak other languages. It's just so much he was talking about it. I don't remember everything, but I just like if you watched all 8 parts of it, it's like the old OAHSPE on steroids. It's just like a wild ride.
To add on what you're saying, sister, uh, there are 2 books I recommend you all get. One is called one is written by an author named Nick Redfern. It's called Parasitic Entities, and this
Oh.
book is dealing with entities that you can't see. So like if you ever like say if you if you walking around something like that or whatever, and you sitting down, you know what I'm saying, and you might just feel so drained. Like, why is my energy so drained? These are
Hmm.
entities that is feeding off you, sucking off of you. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like vampires, and they're sucking your energy. And the other
Hmm.
book is by Robert Monroe. Now he was a well-known out of body experiencer, like, you know what I'm saying, going to the astral realm.
Hmm.
And there was a book that he wrote called Journey Journey of the Out of Body Experience, something along those frame lines. But he was so advanced at doing this, going to these astral realms, these different realms in the spirit world. What would happen is, because he had became so advanced, right?
Hmm.
And these beings was telling him like, this is what it is, this is what heaven is like, and things like that. So he started asking questions, just like in WASP. He started asking these beings questions, right? And they
Hmm.
started getting mad. So he was like, so when I get to so-called heaven, what am I going to be doing here? And they was telling me like, well, you're going to be singing all day and eating food and things like that. And then he said, well, uh, after a while, I start to get boring. So why would I want to keep on doing this? And they started getting mad. So
Hmm.
so when he was seeing these beings, they took on the form they took on the form of a man. So you know what I'm saying. So he can be able to recognize, you know what I'm saying, something that looks like him.
Hmm.
But when he started asking these questions, they started shape shifting into different entities. And when he started seeing their true form, he said, "What the hell is that?" And that's how. And then that's one Bible verse that I agree with when it says that Satan had transformed himself into an angel of light.
Hmm.
So these beings, when
Right. Yeah.
they got so mad at him for asking questions, they started shape shifting and changed to any type of creature or any form you could think of. And by him being so advanced in the spirit world, you know what I'm saying, he was able to stay in those realms for so long. But when he got to this level and they got pissed off him because like he started asking questions, when he said he started changing forms, he said it had shook him so bad, the fear got into him so bad that he just snapped right back to his body. You know what I'm saying? Because when you start messing around with the astral projection, you know what I'm saying, going to these different realms, and people think that they have mastered this stuff. No, you are still a beginner. You're still a novice, because these beings that you can't see, that's around you at all times. You know what I'm saying? You think that can be like your family members or somebody you might know. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying, from somebody who might have passed on, or you might think it's your grandmother, and they can take on any form and say, hey, I'm grandma so and so, but the whole time the being that you think you're talking to is your grandmother is a malevolent evil entity
Yeah.
tricking you,
Yeah.
deceiving you. You know what
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying? So you know what I'm saying? It's the same way. It's the same way with the Bible. There's truth and falsehood mixed in there. So you have to decipher that stuff and see through the lies and deception. So like with the camps, I always like to use them for an example. They so big on the Most High said this, the Most High said that, and you see them the way they're dressed. You know what I'm saying? And people they get enticed. Okay, I see these. One second. One second. One second.
Sometimes when I hear brethren talk like y'all talking, I feel like I'm in a whole nother world because I don't have any type of testimony like that. This type of spirituality, having dreams and visions and astral travel and things that other people talk about.
I didn't used to dream until I started, and this is why I know this is dark. Until I started
Yeah, Islam.
researching.
Let me interject for a second. I think Jamia wants to know the name of the show that you were talking about again.
Yeah, it's the knowledge of forever time.
Okay,
But
I
when
better
I
spell
started like dealing with the Black Hebrew Israelites and started using that name Yah and calling like Yahweh, I started having like these vivid dreams, and I started having like where I was like I would guess I would call it like out of body, because I would be like in the presence of people in their houses, and I would know like things that have happened, or I would dream something and it would happen. And then this one I knew like I was like this wasn't like something, whatever this was, I knew it was like it was a power that I didn't want to be a part of, and I knew it was something really dark that was dangerous. Because I started going through that's what I was saying, like I started going through like all type of financial chaos, and like having problems on my job and in my relationships and with my kids, like everything just like went like for a better word, like to hell with these people. And looking like at what they do and how these guys are and with them camps and stuff, they're like warlocks and witches. Like they're calling in dark power, like to come in and destroy people. And we're gonna be on top and we're gonna reign and rule, and but that's warcraft is wordcraft, and it's witchcraft.
Yeah, that's a good point because their most popular videos are when they're calling down spirits on themselves. The controversial videos, the where there's a lot of friction and a lot of acrimony, and those are the most popular. I mean, I stopped looking at them, but I know that early on, those videos they were popular because people wanted to see that type of stuff, that type of evil.
Hmm. It's like
There's some
the
spiritual,
energy they have, like they're yelling and screaming at people, and you're gonna
yeah,
be my slave, and
yeah, yeah. I
yeah.
mean, it lets you know the power that is. I mean, when I look at them things, I mean, uh, the when I look at that type of vibration that they put out, to me, it lets me. It's another thing that really confirms the false gods and the power that they have to
Hmm.
deceive and to. I was reading something today where it basically was the guy was pointing out that the it's crazy to believe in Father, Son, Holy Spirit because what happens when they have a disagreement? Do they go to war against one another? And that's what we have in the world today. We have angels going against one another,
Hmm.
going to get. Let me now. That brings to mind something. Ace Nath, what do you now? Would it be Baal and Ashtaroth still in the uh, I don't know what a good way to put it is. Or would you say that they are still um, I guess I
Right.
would say
Like, are they still
influencing?
reigning right now?
Yeah, yeah. Are they still? Would you say that they are still? Um,
Absolutely.
I would
Yes.
say I would say like living. You know what I mean?
Well,
Are they still
they're
influenced?
eternal beings, so they're definitely
Oh, you know
living.
what? I remember something Dave said too. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He said that in Ohio that Baal and Ashtaroth they were like the only two that sub gods that got away from his kingdom.
It's so you guys you have to remember. So Ashtaroth is who Israel was serving first.
Hmm.
She's that the Asher pole, like the Asheroth pole. But
Yeah, but and did they ever stop? I mean, I don't think we even know who the sub gods are that are ruling in this day and age. The
it's
OAHSPE, you didn't talk about them, or
it's
I
not
haven't
in
seen
the
it.
it's not in the OAHSPE, but it's in a book called man,
I mean, it talks about the sub gods that are in the world today.
yes. So
That's interesting.
they have the number, like their number is 7. So look up this channel real quick while we're waiting on Gnostic Warrior to join us again. Look this guy's channel up. His channel is called Ancient Mystery. Um, it's just Ancient Mystery, not mysteries with an S, just Ancient Mystery. Because I talked to him a lot, and I share like a lot of information with him, and I gave him like a lot of stuff to research too on this. But this book,
Let me bring Dave in real quick. Hey, Dave, good to see you, bro.
Yeah,
hey
Bal and
brother Dave,
Ashtaroth, they got judged. They're with Anahataj and the rest of them when they did the big cleanup. Whoever's pretending to be Bal and Ashtaroth now are their followers.
I see. I see. I see. That makes sense.
yeah.
That's their kingdom.
So this
Sure.
guy, his channel is Ancient Mystery.
Uh, do I have it? Ancient Mysteries. I don't see it. Can you see the screen? I'm
I
ready to
can see.
share it right now. Can you see anything here look familiar?
Yep, ancient mysteries right there.
No, that's not
Go
it.
down a little bit, just a little bit.
Okay, hold on. So let me bring. I think
I
Gnostic
don't
is
see
back.
it.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Let
I,
me bring Gnostic back on. Okay. Hey, bro. Welcome back, man.
Yeah, my fault. Yeah, I had lost connection. But I
Okay.
don't want to interrupt Dave's thought, but like I said with the I think y'all might be touched upon. I had lost connection, but like I said with those entities what Robert Monroe was dealing with, like I said, he was so advanced dealing with the astral projection things like that. I know a lot of people um a lot of people are trying to master that craft. You know what I'm saying? Doing astral projection things like that. But if you don't know what you're doing, you know what I'm saying, you're setting yourself up for deception, and that's
mm-hmm.
nothing. And that is nothing but to open up a demonic doorway. You know
Yep.
what I'm saying? Because it's already been proven through like I said, if you don't think that ghosts are real or the spirits of the dead are not real and they're not walking around here, I challenge anyone on the panel with a chat or anybody's listening to go onto a YouTube channel called Noob's Top 5 Ghost Videos. And this dude has done over damn near a million videos showing that, all right, he has done over a million videos showing and proving that the people who have passed away they're still walking around here. They
I,
can look.
I went to that channel after you posted it.
You saw it?
Brother Yaquab, it's Ancient Mystery, not with an S. It's just mystery. It's none of those channels.
It's just mysteries. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Ancient Mystery.
So
Oh, it is Ancient Mysteries.
No, just Ancient
That's
Mystery.
the name of the
No,
channel.
yes, this channel is Ancient Mystery. Like no, just like a mystery is Ancient Mystery.
Yeah, take off
Ancient
the
Ancient Mystery. Okay.
Yeah.
just go up there and take off the yeah, and put Y in there and
Yeah.
then hit that, and that should bring it up. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, that's
Ancient
his channel.
Mystery.
That's his channel right there. That IMA right there.
Oh, okay.
So if
is
you
this the
click
brother
on
you
that,
talking about?
no. So this guy is the one I was talking about. That he talks about who's ruling now. Like all of
Okay.
his videos is about who's ruling right now on this planet. And
The
how
question is, how does he know?
because he has like he does like the same type of research that we do, like with backstories and books and stuff like that. And he goes so deep in depth into the Catholic Church and how it's really witchcraft, how it's like the rituals they have is like these blood oaths and different things like that.
Mm-hmm.
um he it's like he just like does a whole lot of research about things that's happening right now. His channel is really good. Now that's his
Let me ask
channel.
something. Let me be a little bold here. Um, what's the benefit of knowing this type of stuff? I mean, I can imagine what y'all going to answer, but what is the benefit of this type of information?
For somebody like me, it's because as we don't know if we're worshiping a deity, and if you think you're worshiping a deity and that deity is somebody like me, many people think where they're worshiping Jesus Christ and he's good and he's saving you, he's going to take you here and there, and you don't realize like you are binding yourself to something evil that has control of your soul because you are not worshiping the creator. You are not, see, they can't just take your worship or take you away or do
That's
things with
what I was
you.
sharing.
But if you make a covenant with them, then that's a covenant.
Yeah, I remember reading.
Another reason why these celebrities come up dead, like
Uh,
you know what I'm
yep.
saying, they sell out for fame and fortune, and they come up dead. Like, okay, well, why did such and such come up dead all of a sudden? That's because they make these blood oaths. Because even in
Mhm.
Matthew Hall's book, The Secret Teacher of all ages, he gives you the blueprint. Like if you
Yeah.
want to get into this stuff, he's telling you like, look, when you start dealing with this magic, and you started, you know,
Mhm.
forming those circles on your house, doing those pentagrams, lighting those
Yeah,
candles, sitting in the dark.
yeah,
Now you're conjuring up all these evil spirits, and like I said, they can take on any form. Now they're gonna start asking like, okay, you have summoned me. What do you want in
yeah,
life? And
yeah,
then you might
Mhm.
say, well, I want fame and fortune, or I want to be a well-known person. Now
yeah.
they're gonna say,
I realized all that because actually I was starting to study that stuff
yeah,
after I was putting curses on people, and they were
Mhm.
coming to pass. And so I started going down that road, and then I read a part in that book where it said that these things they're going to come to pass for a little while, and then that's like the trial period. Now you're going to call down one of these entities, and you're going to have to make a covenant with them, and
Mhm.
that's what I got out of that stuff.
And not only that, when you make a covenant with them, whatever you put on somebody, it comes back on you 7 times.
Yeah, I believe that.
Yeah,
I
whatever.
believe.
If I
Yeah,
say I
I
want
wrote.
this woman's husband, and or I want her to lose her job, I got 7 times I'm going to lose my income, or 7 relationships of mine that I'm going to lose it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do. I think I recall even reading that, but I do know this. I know that the dark side is real, man. You know,
Yeah. So
I know.
that's the
I'm
reason.
kind of glad that it happened to me because I think that sometimes you see things like that, and it'll convert you forever. That
Has
you
has anyone ever heard of spontaneous combustion?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. I have a
yes,
book on that. I have a book on that,
Yeah,
spontaneous combustion, and people is blowing up from the inside out, and
yeah.
even
yeah,
the talk show host Maury Povich, the guy who wrote that book called Spontaneous Combustion.
Uh-huh.
Maury Povich had wrote on the forward cover of the book, and he said that if you all don't think that spontaneous combustion is real, you all in for a real treat reading this guy information, because a lot of this, like when people spontaneous combust, a lot of these reports are not made known to the public. It's kept silent,
mhm,
especially within reports like when these things started happening to people, and people started going to police. The police was covering it up, like, okay, well, you might be imagining things. This never happened, but the police officers, they really know what's going on, so they try to keep this stuff a secret. You know what I'm
You
saying?
know,
So
you know what causes that, don't you?
yeah,
Uh,
that's that Kundalini energy coming online. All that energy is building up, and if you're this goes back into the DNA. If your DNA structure is not properly aligned, you're gonna burn up. You're gonna blow up from the inside out. It's like pretty much like, to be honest with you, we are made up of chemicals and elements. So it's like in reality we're walking around like pretty much like small mini atomic bombs. We can combust at any moment. You know what I'm saying?
uh,
So this stuff is real deep.
I was going to tell you what happens. See, after they made the covenant with these evil entities, and if they try to break that covenant, that's what happens.
That they,
That's
well, how
spontaneous.
do I stop it? How do I stop from blowing up? I didn't make no evil. I didn't make a covenant, but I want to know how to stop it from blowing up.
Well, there in the brain there's two systems. Well, you know the caduceus, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, that's symbolic of the Kundalini,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you switch the Ida and the Pingala, you see, it will have a reverse effect.
So
So,
wait a minute. What do you mean if I switch it? Like, is it naturally one way, and then you're saying if you make a
yeah,
covenant, they switch it?
yeah. So you have to switch it back before you break that covenant.
How do you switch it back?
You have to go through Kundalini awakening.
Because in the book that I have about spontaneous combustion, I read accounts where innocent babies were blowing up. They didn't make any covenants. This stuff was happening to random people. You know what I'm saying? Like the people, when it went, like, so, like, for instance, like when it would start happening. Say for instance that you and I in a room, Dave, right? And
Yeah,
you would start noticing. You say, "Hey, John, you on fire," but I wouldn't notice it. You like, "What you talking about, Dave? You making stuff up?" No, you like, "John, no, you're really on fire." So once I start seeing that, like, my hand is smoking, I would automatically assume that somebody set me on fire. But no, this is me. This is me doing this. This is the inside of me that's making these things happen. Now, once it's like progressional stages when this stuff starts happening to people. Like, you know what I'm saying, their hands start smoking and things like that, or like their eyes become bloodshot red, or in one account it got so even bad that a woman started breathing out fire. And when somebody hears that, they'll say, "What? Somebody's breathing out fire?" They really think that's mythological. But no, this is how powerful this this Kundalini energy is that's inside of us.
You know,
And
that's That's, Gnostic Warrior. Now that's scary because it's like that movie. It's a show called The House of Dragon.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just talking about this other YouTuber. His channel is called 432 Drop. And
I heard of him.
he keeps saying that. Like he keeps saying we're the Nagas. He keeps saying like we're gonna start getting our powers back. Like it's a cartoon, like the some kind of
Dragon Ball
dragon.
Z.
Yeah, no, it's a dragon. No, it's some kind of dragon, like the last dragon something. It's a cartoon, but he keeps saying they based it off of like people from a long time ago, and he was saying like we'll start doing that. But now if brother David Long saying we're gonna blow up, like so that's scary.
You talking about the Nagas, the Naga Empire, like in India, right? And
Yeah, yep, yep,
Yeah,
yep.
he's I think he's coming from the
like Brahma and
dragon
Buddhist.
constellation. What is it? Draconis, I
Draco,
think.
Draconian.
Draconian.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. The
Alpha
serpentine. So
Draconis. Yeah,
it's like that serpentine fire energy, right? Because I have a book called Serpentine Kundalini Energy. And these
yeah,
people,
Earth,
yeah.
earth,
they were
wind, and
really,
fire. Yeah.
yeah, they were really deep into that magic. You know what I'm saying? Like this stuff is really dangerous. You know what I'm saying? And
Mm-hmm.
you can really lose your life if you start delving into this stuff and you're not trained and you just playing around with it like it's kitty magic. No, this stuff is real because in the book that I have, Spontaneous Human Combustion, the guy he shows the graphic images like, look, this is what it is. A elderly woman was sitting in her home, right? She's elderly. She's at home taking a nap, right?
I
And
seen it. Her foot was like 13 pounds.
yeah, and the people started calling like, okay, sister so and so is not answering the phone. What's going on? Did she sleep? Did she pass when her sleep? What's going on? So they started doing the investigation, and when they got inside the house, they noticed like, okay, say for instance that there's something caught on fire in your house, right? Say if your house is caught on fire, and then once the fire was extinguished, you can see the soot in the house, what was being burned in the house, right? But in her case, they found that when the spontaneous combustion happened with her, the only thing that was caught on fire was her sitting in the chair, and then she might have had like a desk, you know what I'm saying, with some books on top of it that was next to her. That was the only thing that caught on fire. Nothing in the house got burnt except for her. They said, "Well, wait a minute. What caused this? Was this an arson attack? Like where's the perpetrator who might have done it? They was blaming anything like the perpetrator, intruder, who did this. You know what I'm saying? So once they started doing their investigation, they came to the conclusion that hey, this happened something on her own volition. This happened with her own doing. So they couldn't explain what was happening. So it happened with her. You know what I'm saying? That energy came online, right? And it became so heated. Like if you have an oven and you turn that oven up and you notice like when you turn the oven on and you can see the what do you call it?
The
Like you
pilot,
turn
like
it, yeah, you turn the pilot on, you can see the color start changing. It goes
mm-hmm.
from orange to bright red, things like that. That's the
Yeah.
same way it is with her. It got so she became so fired up, so heated with energy. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
yeah.
She blew up.
But
Okay,
that's
you have to purify the 3 lower chakras, right? Before you start working with the higher chakras. The heart chakra, the throat chakra, the third eye chakra, and the crown chakra. Those the 3 lower chakras have to be purified first. You see, and then when that serpent force begins to move up through the spinal column, then you're safe. But if they're not, if the 3 lower chakras are not purified first, then that's when you're going to get problems.
Like the
how do you
movie
purify it? What do you do?
There are lessons in meditation that will purify those chakras.
Suppose you don't want to do like this. So are you still saying like you're gonna blow up anyway?
Well, if you attempt to use that serpent force without those chakras being purified first, the three lower chakras, you run a very high risk of spontaneously combusting.
Would you say, Dave, what you're explaining is for me, you know what I'm saying? I need to break it down in dummy terms. So for me, I would say what you're trying to convey is uh I would say, okay, so you talk about the chakras and things like that, about the crown chakra and the lowest base chakra with the sacrum chakra, the what do you call it, the sacrum or the scrotum chakra. Things that's the lowest
Yeah,
base. So
the
I
root
would think in terms
chakra,
of
sacral chakra, and
yeah,
the solar plexus.
right.
Those,
So I
The
would think in
root.
terms of keeping if you don't have if your emotions are not in tune, are not balanced, that's when
correct.
this type of thing can start to happen.
Yeah.
What do you mean, Gnostic warrior? Like if your emotions are not balanced?
Like okay, so for instance, like for us being in the worldly things, like we are caught up in paying mortgages, we have families to take care of, things like that. We work every day. Outside of work, we have our own family members with their problems. They'll put their problems on top of us. That's more stress on top of our lives. You know what I'm saying? It's just a lot of things that you have to try to juggle and balance, and you become so much overwhelmed. You know what I'm saying? That can cause you to have a stroke. You can die and things like that. And like what Dave was saying with this spontaneous human combustion, that can increase it even more. Where you just blow up like, okay, well, this is too much. I can't deal with this. That's why a lot of people are checking out and committing suicide because the way this world is being run by this invisible force, these
Mm-hmm.
forces that we can't see, it's so much chaotic and evilness that's going on. Because I always ask myself the question: if okay, say for instance, like because we're dealing with energy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And say for instance, like you have a Christian label, right? That's singing so-called gospel music. They're singing so-called righteous music, right?
Okay.
Now, let's say for instance that we just use, for example, Yolanda Adams. She's a gospel artist, all right?
Right.
And and the second individual we use is Michael Jackson. He's king of pop, right?
Okay.
So we know what these two people are thinking about, right? So if we want to put it in technical terms, we'll say we just use Alana Adams. She's representing positive energy because she's thinking about positive things. Michael
Mm-hmm.
Jackson, on the other thing, he's thinking about all his other stuff. So there's a polar opposites, positive, negative, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now you have the record labels. They say that they're both up under Sony Records, right? One artist is singing about gospel music, the other artist is singing about God knows what, right? Now, remember I said we're dealing with energy. So
Yeah.
say for instance that we went to Yolanda Adams concert and she's packed out the house, right? And
Mm-hmm.
she's singing and things like that. And whatever song she could be singing about, people get caught up in emotions because whatever she could be singing about, her song that the song that she can be singing about can somehow have a reflection upon your life, what you're going through in your own life. Like, wait a minute, she's thinking about what I'm going through right now. Now, people are crying over what she's thinking about. That's a form of energy. Now, here comes Michael Jackson. You know how this nigga sing? He can sing about anything. He can sing about making pancakes and people falling out crying,
Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's another form of energy that's being sucked away, but you can't see it. So where is this energy going that you can't see? Is this energy that you're giving away because you're crying, you're so caught up in your emotions. Now you're crying, you're being sucked and drained of your energy. Who is this energy going to that you can't see? But you just feel so drained, so exhausted. Like when people in the church, they get to hooping and hollering, and somebody they catching the Holy Ghost, they crying and bumping their heads on the wall and things like that. I always said this. I said this one time before on somebody's platform. I said this. Let's say that all of us go to church, right? Because I've been in church my whole life. I know how the church operate. I know how they run. Let's say that all of us on the panel goes to church, and we all see our favorite gospel artist singing or whatever, right? And let's say, for instance, that out of the four of us on the panel, one of us starts so-called catching the Holy Ghost, whooping and hollering, crying, and say, for instance, that one of us who caught the Holy Ghost mess around and falls down and bumps their head and knocks himself out and becomes unconscious. Now, the three of us have to take the person who has bumped their head to the hospital, right? Now, here comes the doctor asking questions. And the person who has become unconscious, he becomes conscious. And the doctor starts asking questions, hey, man, what happened to you? How did you knock yourself out? Now, the three of us who's in the room with the doctor, we know what happened. But we're not telling the doctor what really happened. We're letting the person who fell unconscious we're letting the person who fell unconscious tell the doctor what happened. So now, is the person who fell out, is they gonna come with the truth and say, hey, I caught the Holy Ghost and bump my head and fell out? Or are they gonna come with a lie and say something else took possession of them? So what are they gonna do? Like, are they gonna play opposite sides of the story? Are they gonna come with the truth or the lie? Now, if they come out and say that they caught the Holy Ghost, now the doctor is gonna say, hey man, you need to be put on medication. You need to be put into a psych ward. Because like I said, all my life I've been in church, I've seen this happen from experience. People get the hooping and hollering, they jumping and foaming at the mouth. I said, well, what are they doing right that I'm not doing? This never happened to me. I'm like, I done been to so many churches. I see the same thing happening all the time. They crying and hooping and hollering, they falling out on the floor, foaming at the mouth. I'm thinking like, as I started doing my further studies, I'm like, wait a minute, what is actually happening to these people? Is this some form of possession? Are they being demonically possessed by something that we can't see? Because like I said, I've been in church my whole life. My parents are pastors. I've seen this stuff happen, and it's never happened to me. So what are they doing right that I'm doing wrong, or what am I doing right that they're doing wrong? Something is not adding up here. So I always say to myself, like, is this some form of possession that's happening with these people where they get the crying and hooping and hollering and shaking and stuff like that, like they're being demonically possessed by something? You know what I'm saying? And I mean, I'm quite sure
I've heard people say that before, that it is like it's demonic possession.
Yeah, some type of possession, like some type of entity is taking over them. And I know a lot of you all I've seen like the BET Awards or any type of awards that come on TV, like the Emmy Awards or the Golden Globes. And the first thing that they say is, I like to thank God.
Mm-hmm.
What God you talking about? Because in the Bible, there's a deity called God, God, and this deity is the God of fortune. So God of fortune is dealing with money. So whenever these artists come on TV and they say, I like to thank God, well, that's the deity that you're worshiping. Money, materialism. Now remember, the creator is not in any type of physical or material form. So this when they say they thank God, this is a deity. This is money. This is physicality.
Mm-hmm.
This is energy. This is idolatry that you're giving your worship and praise and glory to. So what type of God are you talking about? A man?
But that's scary, because it's like you said, what is it? And it's like, like Brother Dave said, it's if you don't have your chakras in line, but people, how do you even know? And with the lady who did like the human combustion, Like, I wonder what she was doing, because I read that when I was in school. Like, I was young when I read that story, and it was like they said,
Yeah,
like, they found her
I
foot.
believe the only thing that they found on her was like a pile of ashes.
Yep.
Nothing was burned. She may have had a shoe left over with a foot in it,
Mhm.
Yeah.
if I remember right.
Yeah.
You're right, Dave. You're right.
Now,
Because I have the images in my, I have the images
now
in the book.
the coroner couldn't understand what happened, because it would take a very high degree of heat to burn that body into ashes like a crematorium would.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Cremate.
they couldn't understand why nothing else was burned. There may have been like a little singe marks, on the chair that she was sitting in, but that was it.
And it's like the book of Revelation, because Jesus in the book of Revelation, he says if you invite him in, he will light the 7 wicks. And we know, like, they call it the menorah, but the 7 wicks is really the 7 chakras going up. And he says he will light the 7 candles. But he also says he'll give you the baptism of fire. So I'm wondering if that's what it is.
I think that's probably what it is, because you know what I'm saying. Like I said, if a lot of people they don't really know what we are like. Like, if we have that type of energy that's inside of us, we have a spark of the creators inside of us.
Oh
That
yeah.
energy, that spark of electricity, and it
Mhm.
has that much power to burn you up from the inside out. Like what type of uh force are we dealing with here? Like, that's inside of all of us, inside of nature, it's inside of animals, inside of humans, inside of anything that you can think of. And that that spark of energy that's inside of all of us, like I said, that's like, if you want to talk about an atomic bomb, that's bigger than that. If it has just that little spark of energy can blow you up from the inside out.
Okay, think of things. Think of it this way. What happens if you would cross circuit a battery?
In terms of what?
Cross circuit it. You got one battery positive, and you got one pole positive, one pole negative, right?
Okay.
If you circuit them and put the positive side to the negative and the negative to the positive, what happens?
It's gonna it's like overheat, it's gonna melt, it's gonna burn up.
Exactly. And this is the same thing with us.
Mm.
So would you say, for instance, so would you say, okay, so let's try to break this down, because that's what I try to do. So let's break this down. So if we know that we can see the fleshly part of us, right?
Yeah.
And we know that the main organ inside of our bodies is the heart. You know what I'm saying? That pumps blood through us, things like that. But behind that, there's something that's very minute that you can't see, that's giving power to power this biological entity. This suit. It's like what we walking in right now. We're walking around in suits. These are suits that we're using.
Mhm.
Like
Correct.
like macabres, like pigs.
Merkaba.
Yeah.
Merkaba.
So we walking around in these suits. You know what I'm saying? And we know that like, just like with a car, there's only so many miles that you can drive from a car, and then the engine is gonna go out. Just like
Yeah.
these bodies, they're gonna last for so long, and they're gonna die out. So would you say, like, for instance, Dave, like we're like walking batteries, for instance?
Well, yeah. Basically, that energy is stored in the root chakra. You see, and that's why all those 3 bottom chakras, the root, Uh, uh, put that up, brother, on that. Yeah, on the 7 chakras. The 3 bottom ones have got to be purified before the 4 top ones are opened.
It's it's like Led Zeppelin. Like if you look at a lot of like his music, and he kind of tell like what you were just saying about the body being the Merkabah, like he kind of show you like the fallen angel state, like their symbol is actually an angel falling, like the Led Zeppelin, but the Led Zeppelin like blew up, and so it's like that power within it. A lot of his music speaks to stuff like that, especially that song Kashmir. So
Oh, I love that song.
yeah, but when I always used to listen to it, but I really like listen to the words, and it's where he's talking about meeting with these ancient deities, and he's like, like he's pretty much talking about like covenants and stuff like that, and so a lot of his music, their music is like that, especially like even with the Stairway to Heaven, he's talking about the goddess on there. Um, it's weird. So when brother the Gnostic warrior says, what are we, like we know that we are these light beings, and when I was saying about the Bene Elohim coming into these flesh bodies, we know that as man, we know that whatever we were, the original man, we know that we're not that, because some of us have that 9-strand DNA, some of us have that 3-strand DNA where it used to just be 2. So we know that we've had children with these entities and different things like that. So it makes me think when Brother Dave said like we will blow up if we don't have it in balance, or like the Gnostic warrior said, like with the music, everything you look at nowadays is frequency. It's always, they're pushing us towards frequency. They're pushing us towards meat and like alcohol or something to keep you like high. And I'm wondering, is it to try to keep that uh the brothers 43 432 drop calls it like the naga, he calls it like the naga, the dragon fire, trying to keep that from rising. Like, is it something that's supposed to rise? Is we supposed to blow up, like to come out, like to grow out to the tree of life? That's kind of
Yeah.
something to think about.
The chakras, once purified, they will open by themselves, and everything will be as it should be. But if you try opening it before you're ready, and those 3 lower chakras aren't purified, then that's when instead of seeking spirituality, those 3 lower chakras are the beast, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're in the realm of procreation.
Mm-hmm.
They're in the realm of the how would you say that, the eating and material things, right?
Yeah.
You got to purify them before the higher chakras are open, because if you just are seeking power, right, that's when these evil entities will attach to you and form those covenants. You see, because you're inviting them in. You
Mm-hmm.
see, you open the door, the devil's going to walk in.
Yeah. Yeah.
You see what I'm getting at?
Mm-hmm.
And then when you try to break those covenants, they'll just shoot that spiritual energy up from the root chakra up through, and boom, you're gone.
And
If you
they put it in the movies. They put it in the movies like say for instance, like this how I know we deal with energy. For instance, like say for instance that all of us were in the room together
Mm-hmm.
and we were watching a horror movie, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, say for instance that none of us had never seen this horror movie before, and before we saw the horror movie, we was having a great day. We all went out, had fun with our families and friends, and then we all made the suggestion, said, "Hey, let's watch this horror movie and see what it's about." Now, we have just went from having a positive day to having now we done sat down and watched this horror movie, and now we go to sleep, and now the exact movie we have watched, we have a dream about that same movie, and
Yep. Yep.
that is another form of energy. That is another form of demonic open up demonic gateways, doorways with these movies, because you're feeding your psyche, your psychological brain capacity is taking on that stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
When you have these dreams about these movies, it's like, man, I could have sworn something was chasing me. And like when you have a dream and you feel as though when you wake up from that dream, you feel as though like, man, this being was chasing me for so long, it felt like goddamn years. But when you ask the person like, hey, how long have I been asleep? They say, man, you've only been asleep about 5 minutes. But
Yeah.
but you like, man, in the dream, it felt so, it just felt for so, it was just going on like a continuous thing. And like if you all have ever seen a movie called Inception with Leonardo DiCaprio,
Oh yeah, I love that movie.
right? And he told the woman, he said, hey, the dream world is where things really take shape and form. And she said, I believe she had fell asleep. And when she had woke up, she said, how long was I asleep? And I believe he told her, like, you was only asleep about like a minute or two. And she said, man, it's like I was asleep for damn near years. So, you know, when Hollywood put these movies out, you better damn near believe that they are dealing with this magic. They know what they're doing to put these movies out. And they
Yeah,
know that people are gonna watch it, especially the youth, because they are so amped up on being charged with violence, like with the video games, like with Call of Duty, with gunfare, modern warfare, shooting people and killing people, like with Grand Theft Auto. That's another form of programming. So when the kids start playing these games and they start saying, "Hey, I guess well, since the guy in the video game is breaking the cars and he's not getting caught, well, let's see what happens if I do in real life." That's nothing. That's nothing but a form of magic and witchcraft, and
mhm.
dealing with spirituality energy. So yeah, man,
Well,
stuff is deep.
uh, everything works on vibrational frequency.
Right.
Everything.
Yeah.
You see, this computer seems to be solid, right? Your phone seems to be solid,
Yeah.
but each and every molecule is vibrating at a certain frequency and harmonic, right? To make it solid. When you're in spirit, it's not solid. Yeah, you can put your hand right through it, go through walls, everything, because you're
Dave,
functioning in a
I'm glad
higher
you brought that up,
vibrational frequency.
Dave. But you just mentioned in the computer. Let me share this story with you all. Let me tell you what happened. This happened a couple of years back, right? Uh, when Dave just brought up computers, listen to this story. Because I don't know if my family was being attacked by the government, but something very, very strange happened. 'Cause I don't really deal with computers like that. You know what I'm saying? Like right now, what we doing like with the live stream, I normally do it on my phone. I don't normally do it on like on a laptop or PC, anything like that. But what happened was, this happened about 3 years ago, 4 years ago. Uh, I'm in a room and my wife is in the kitchen on the phone. I mean, on her laptop with our daughter doing the FaceTime, right? I'm in a room, man, in my own business. I'm reading, doing my normal thing, like I'm reading my books, and they're doing their phone FaceTime thing through the laptop, the video FaceTime. So they're conversating, and then my wife started making a sound like she said something. It's like something is burning me. Something is burning me. I said, well, what is it? Because you're not in the house cooking nothing. I said, well, what is it? And then each time she would raise the laptop face down, the feeling would go away. And each time she would raise it back up and started talking, she would start feeling like somebody was burning her. You know what I'm saying? So I said, well, could that be a form of the government just watching and seeing what you're doing? You know what I'm saying? And using that technology to trigger those emotions to make it to make it feel as though somebody's burning you. So you know what I'm saying? They have this technology. You know what I'm saying? It may seem new to us, but it's old to them. This is old stuff to them. They are well versed into this craft. You know what I'm saying? It's like when they put out any form of so-called new technology, it might seem new to us, but it's old to them. They're just bringing it out step by step, it's like a gradual progression, like with the so-called UFOs, things like that. That's that's military government high technology that they have perfected, and people can't really tell. Like, okay, is this non-material? Is this a non-physical entity doing this, or is this the government doing this? Because they are 30, 40 years ahead of us.
You're talking about the holographic imaging.
Yeah, they done perfected that shit.
Oh yeah.
You can't tell what's real. Like they have gotten they have perfected this thing so well that like I said, when they put these movies out, like for instance, like with the movie I, Robot with Will Smith, now they got they come out with these android looking model females looking like real women, but they're actually robots, and they're gonna start dumping this stuff onto the public. Because if you notice,
You
when you
think
go
they
into
haven't? Do you think they haven't done that already?
oh yeah, if you notice,
Listen. Let me tell you
yeah,
this. In the Bible, in the book of Daniel, it says in the last days, it says the kingdom of iron will be sown with the seed of men. That's technology. These women is that humankind. They can do everything a real woman does, but they're AI. They've been here.
you can see that just in your local grocery. Like you go to Walmart, have you noticed that the workers are being replaced with self checkout lines? Like, hey, go to the cash register and check out. We don't need the workers because they're becoming obsolete.
Yeah. It's been here. It's like and I was thinking this today when I was cleaning up my kitchen, and I was thinking today, I was like, we, as Brother Yaquab said, like with the continent like being submerged, so that the Dru- who is it, the Drugers or the Drugers or Druks that was going to be taken off the planet.
The Juges and the Drucks, both of them.
Okay, so I
Because
was
they put nets around it so that none of them could escape.
okay. So I was thinking this before he said it. I was thinking this today when I was cleaning up. I said, we know that like with the continent being sunk, like that will happen. But I got to thinking. I said, this has probably been the way the creator has dealt with things like this from the beginning. And so how many times has the earth been reset like that, so that the kingdom can keep progressing on and the ones who coming in can keep learning? So it like how you said that the technology, we're thinking when we get an upgrade on our phone or something like that, a new TV model, but they've always had that technology, and they like rolled it out in increments to those who they think is ready for it.
I came across a guy back in 2009. His name is Doug Vogt. He's
Mm-hmm.
a amateur geologist, and I believe he used to work for the government. And
Mm-hmm.
he had wrote a book called God's Day of Judgment, right? And he's blending science and religion at the same time.
Okay.
And he had wrote a paper back in '79 dealing with he wrote a paper called the multi dimensional theory dealing with computer simulation programming, like he said that this is a hologram. So before the Matrix came out, he was already talking about this stuff back in '79, and he said that the government knows that this is a hologram, but the world doesn't know it. So what he says in his book, to go along with the sister was saying, like with the Earth going through a reset. So with his theory is, he doesn't say that the creator is a man. He's saying that by us being in a computer simulation program, by this not being real, he's saying that the creator is a highly quantum computer that was built by highly advanced beings, like 6-dimensional, 7-dimensional beings. And what happened was, I don't go with the he goes with the reincarnation theory, but I don't go along with that. But what he's saying is that these beings were so highly advanced, they fell into physical form, and by them reincarnating so many times, they saw death so many times. They got bored with it. So they said, well, what can we do? What type of system can we come up with to try to break this curse, so we won't have to keep on going through these resets? But he's saying that like in the Bible, he's saying like with Moses, he's saying with Moses, we're dealing with the rod when he split the Red Sea. Like what we see in Hollywood, they say that Moses walked around with a wooden stick. He's saying that no, Moses was dealing with something that was highly advanced, some type of highly advanced technology. And with Moses, when the Creator was speaking in the Bible through the rod through Moses, he's saying that was some type of highly formed advanced technology that they was dealing with, that the Hebrews was dealing with. That's how it was able to perform all those miracles. You know what I'm saying? So he's saying that we're in a hologram, and people can't really key on to what's being put out in these movies and what's being put in everyday life. You know what I'm saying? So I did videos on that too as well. Like are we in a hologram? And this goes back to what Dave said. Like the phone that you're holding, the chair that you're sitting in, the chair that you're sitting in, the food that we're eating, those are nothing but forms of energy that the vibrations have slowed down so slow that you can see and taste and touch it. But if it was to speed up, it would start to dematerialize. Now, if it starts to dematerialize, what's going to happen with you? So that means that, well, if let's say for instance that the phone that you're holding and that you can see it and you can hear me talking to you now, that form of vibration, that energy is starting to increase and it's starting to dematerialize. Now you're going to start having problems. Like you're going to start having problems trying to contemplate these things. Like, wait a minute, where did this phone just go? Why did it disappear? But it didn't disappear. The energy is still there, but you can't see it. So now, if that phone is able to dematerialize, to speed up its vibration, what does that say about you? Do you think that this form that you're in right now is you? No, this is the lowest form of vibration. That when you stomp your foot on the ground, you hear it. But if it was to speed up, it would dematerialize. You wouldn't see it. So you would think as though, well, wait a minute. Where's my existence? Where do I exist in time? And that's what the Creator is. Creator is beyond time. It's beyond conception of time. Man came up with the concept of time with numbers, but the Creator is above that. It's beyond time. And we are a part of that. We are a part of the Creator. We are above time and reality. But we as so-called physical human beings, we have taken on this physical low vibrational form. That's why we're able to interact with each other and go through all these emotional things in life with dealing with drama and chaos, seeing our loved ones die. But if you was to just go back to what Dave was saying with the Kundalini energy, if you was somehow able to speed up your vibrations. Let's for an example. Let's say that all 4 of us on a panel is in a room together. And let's say, for instance, that by Dave speaking on the Kundalini energy, and he's advanced in this topic that we're talking about, and say that we're all sitting in the same room together, and Dave starts to dematerialize. Dave is starting to speed up his vibration. His Kundalini energy is coming online. Now he's starting to speed up his vibration, and he's starting to dematerialize. So now the 3 of us is like, wait a minute, hey man, what the hell? Where did Dave just go? Now Dave is still there. He's looking at us, but we can't see him. You know what I'm saying?
Yep,
So
exactly.
That's how advanced this stuff is, man. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people, they got to catch up to speed. They got to get on. They got to catch the speed. They got to get on the ball game, because you know what I'm saying, at the level that they're at right now, this is not it. That's why these people that's in these secret societies, they speak upon the same thing we're talking about, but they deep into this stuff, man. This stuff goes deep. It's nothing but energy and vibrations. And if you know how to work those certain forms of energies, you know what I'm saying? When you're dealing with psychologicals, psyche, that's dealing with somebody's brain mental capacity. And if I can manipulate you and get you to do what I want you to do, I don't have to even inject you with anything. It's just the words that come out of my mouth, the vibration that can manipulate you to do something that I want you to do. That's power right there. That's straight up power. Just like with Hitler, he killed all those Jews, and his Nazi his soldiers was doing what he's saying. How did he do that? His speech, his power, his words.
Not only that, he used a form of mass hypnosis also.
Yeah.
It's called mesmerism.
Mesmerism? Yeah, I heard of that. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I got to interject when it comes to Hitler. I don't know how to say this, but he's not guilty of a lot of the things that he's been accused of.
No, he's not. He's not. I have books on that as well about, you know what I'm saying, some of the things he did, like say for instance, like with
The big H, that's one of them that never happened. The big H starts
yeah,
with an
because,
H, ends with a
well,
T.
it did, but it happened to a certain group of people. Because I have a
Yeah,
book you
but
can check.
it didn't happen the way they said it did. It
No,
happened.
I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about somebody totally different. This is before Hitler even comes on the scene that the Nazis were doing this.
Okay, well, I'm talking about what the world likes to, what those people say happened that did not happen. That's kind of like a sensitive spot with me, because they put people in psychological bondage with that lie, and that's it's worked from then until now. And
There's a
another, huh?
there's a book I want you to check out if you get a chance. That's dealing with it's called Germany's Black Holocaust. I did a video on this,
Oh, okay, yeah,
and for some reason YouTube have went into my account, and they set, because you know when you make a video, you can set your video to private, right? Or you can set
yeah.
it to private, or allow people to see it. What they did with me, they got into my account, and they took the video that I did, and they changed the settings on it. They put it privacy, and they put a policy behind it. You know what I'm saying? So they have it, whereas even when I made the video, I can't even watch it myself. So I had to make a whole new different account and try to log in there. And I tried to contest the video. They still have the video up, but no one can view it. But they still have it up. You know what I'm saying? So I guess that must have touched a simple spot, because when the Nazis went into Africa, they were doing experiments on those people that was in Namibia in Africa, and they were the type of torture they were doing to these people. They were starving them to death. They were starving these people to death. And when you see on the front image of the cover of the book, you can see these people they would starve to death so bad you can see their rib cages starting to show. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like when you start starving yourself to death, you know what I'm saying, things like that. Your bones start to show, your inside, it's like your what do you call it, Dave? Like you're starting to deteriorate. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like
you your stomach shrinks, your organs start to shrink,
yeah,
because your body is feeding off itself uh, to get the energy to even move.
yeah. And that's how it was with these people. When you see the front cover of the book, you will see it's called Germany's Black Holocaust. And on the introduction, the author tells you, says, before Hitler came on the scene, before when Hitler was a child, the Nazis were already doing committing genocide on people. But then it started with the European Jews, with those Jews over in Germany. No, it started over here in Africa, and then they had brought it over to Europe. They got the backlash of it, but over in Africa, they got it the worst. They was chopping people's heads off. They were doing genetic experiments on these people, things like that. Oh, it's brutal. This is way before Hitler comes on the scene. So what they try to lump on Hitler is nothing compared to what they was doing before Hitler came in power. We dealing with an evil that's way before Hitler's time. So yeah, man, I'm hip. All these topics that we're talking about tonight, like if I was to invite you all to my house, you know what I'm saying, and if you all to see my library that I have in my house, you'd be like, God damn, John, what do you have time to sleep? Like you read all these books? You know what I'm saying? Because I try to keep myself up on current events, things in the past, present, and future. You know what I'm saying? So you know what I'm saying? We are
Well,
trying to correct our mistakes from the past, but from the way I'm looking at things, these whatever we try to correct, it's not working because it's getting worse and worse. I don't know. What do y'all think about that? Like do you all see any type of progressional stages? Anything getting better? But for me, I see it's getting worse and worse and worse. Maybe it is time for another reset to happen. Maybe it is time for another global catastrophe to happen, another flood. Because
no, there's something in the works. I'm not sure exactly what it is or when it's going to come about, but the old earth is going to fall away, and those who are spiritually ready will be moved up, and the ones with more the Uzians, we'll say, will be moved down. There'll be a falling away. This is where I would consider the separation of the sheep and the goats, or the wheat and the tares, or whatever the Bible talks about. You know, that's the way I would see it. Now, I saw this in a vision, and that was back in, I want to say, 93 or something like that, because that's when I had my Kundalini awakening, right then and there. And I saw it in a threefold vision. The last vision I saw was I wasn't in the body; I was out of the body, above the earth, in I want to say geosynchronous orbit with the earth. But first, it started out where the earth was turning counterclockwise, which it does anyway. And I got centered somewhere down around near where the equator would be, but the Earth was probably about the size of a tennis ball, right? But as I got closer, it got bigger, like maybe basketball size, and I didn't see any clouds, but I could see, the the continents, like and as it turned, I saw the East Coast, Florida up through Maine, Nova Scotia, and as it turned counterclockwise, and then when it stopped centered, on the U.S. And I could see, South America, and I could see the Arctic and a little part of the Antarctic, off the coast of South America. And somewhere in the Midwest, well, I want to say Southwest, there was a little spark that sparked about maybe 3 times. The third time it sparked, that fire started from, and it spread like wildfire, north, south, east, and west, till the whole world was glowing. And I realized it was this world, the people of this world, coming into harmony with Creator. So the Earth was in harmony with the other planets, you see. Now, I don't know if I will still be alive at that time when that happens or not, because when I viewed that, I viewed it from a point outside of myself in space, looking at the Earth, you see.
Well, there's been a lot to chew on tonight, man. A lot of things y'all talked about it went straight over my head.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, brother.
No, it's I know that one of the things about Pisces is they have that type of gift of astral projection. They do have that type of gift. I just a lot of the things y'all were talking about. I mean, it's like I can I can I can see it, but personal experiences. I'm not saying that it's I'm deficient. I'm just saying that I've
Well,
not the movies and stuff
this
and the
this can be learned, but it will take a long time to learn it. It took me before I did my first astral projection. I think I was somewhere in my early 20s before I was able to get out of the body at will.
Yeah, there used to be a group of brethren I used to fellowship with, and they used to talk about astral projection a lot too. And I never really could get into it. I had I didn't even see any benefit to it. Like, what good is it? I think would have been is my mind. But I do know that by reading that book on or I forget what it's called, where you can summon the angels or the spirits, that the author was saying that it takes a decent amount of time to learn that stuff. So I know what you're saying there, but I'm just saying that I haven't had the experience of the a lot of the stuff. The thing. I just think that I'm not saying it's impossible to see the world that way for me. It's just that I haven't as of yet. I think my mind is in a different place so far as spirituality and what happens with the earth and things like holograms and the secret, different secrets. So I just don't think that I'm just saying that it just has never really resonated with me. I'm sure that it probably would if I wanted it, but at least not for right now. But it's interesting to listen to.
Well, with the with the way things are speeding up, I wouldn't be surprised. Within about 4 or 5 years, you'd begin to experience phenomena like that.
Yeah, I know that the OAHSPE, it says that angel visitations are going to be a pretty normal thing in this era, in the cosmic era. But I don't know. I believe that, and I do feel, I envy people who can speak on these things because it sounds pretty exciting. But even still, I don't think I'm missing anything. I'm just patient to see what the creator will have, how he'll use me, how he'll work with me, and what he wants me to see. I have no
Well,
doubt that I'm a
each and
bit.
every one of us all have different gifts.
Yeah,
So my gifts, your gifts, and brother's gifts, may not be exactly like. Some of us may be similar or dissimilar, depending.
yeah, that's the way I
Um,
see it. You know,
whichever personal gifts that Creator gave us.
right, right. I think that eventually, the the things we want to know, we will end up knowing. You know, in the before it's said and done with. That's what I believe. And the more I hear these things, the more I'll probably end up looking into the things that you brethren are talking about. One thing that you brethren talk about a lot is movies, things that they show you in the movies. And I keep hearing that a lot. That might be something I might start doing. No.
Movies are usually based on something that has or is about to happen,
Mm-hmm.
because a lot of these movie producers uh, uh, get dreams, you see,
Mm-hmm.
and
I know they
their
get information.
their spiritual downloads
Yeah,
come out in those movies, such as
yeah,
Stargate, Star Trek,
yeah,
Star
yeah. I believe
Wars,
that. Yeah, I do believe that.
The Matrix, you know,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
and uh, it's amazing how spirit works in that, because I've seen that all my life, you know,
Mm-hmm.
been able to equate these movie producers with getting downloads from spirit.
Right, right. Yeah, I believe it. I believe it. Well, brother, I'm gonna go ahead and shut it down.
Okay, let me
And,
give you the unity sign here. You
yeah,
have yourself a good one now, and
yeah. You too,
it's
brother. Thanks
been
for sharing.
a very good chop session or learning session.
Yeah, we'll
And
do it again Thursday, Creator willing. I'm gonna be in Bible study
we'll
tomorrow.
hopefully see you Thursday if I'm not busy.
Well, I'll be here.
Because every
Creator.
once in a while I get busy and I miss the broadcast. But I
Yeah,
usually go and watch it after it's been broadcast and throw a like up there anyway.
yeah. Well, I appreciate it.
Okay.
But all right, brother. I'm out of here, man. Thanks for
Okie
sharing.
doke.
Thanks for
Bye
checking
bye
in.
now.
Okay, see you later. And thanks, Gnostic, for checking in, bro, sharing. And I'll be back Thursday, Creator willing. Wednesday, no video. So want to give thanks to the Creator for giving me this opportunity to share and to learn. And brethren, thanks for joining me. And until I see you again, peace, love, light, and wisdom to all who see this video. Until then, peace be unto you. Shalom.